Okay. Okay, let's wait and see if people can get into the room. Okay. And hello.
Hello.
So we are very excited to have everyone here. We are going to allow attendees to turn on their microphones. So everyone is having unblocked mics because we would very much like people to be able to talk if you feel brave enough to talk. We'd love this to be an interactive webinar, so it's not just myself and Gemma preaching to everyone. We want it to be shared. We want to hear your stories. We want to have questions. If you're brave enough to speak, by all means speak. Do kind of let us know that you want to speak. That'd be nice. Or you can ask questions in the chat if you can find it. So we're going to talk about frustration. We have got a whole bunch of videos lined up for you that we're supposed to be playing straight from YouTube into this, which works really well for me, but Gemma can't see them for some reason. So we will share the screen for those particular videos for everyone to see. So I'm just going to give it a couple minutes for everyone to kind of join and click in, make sure everyone has got a cup of tea, something to drink, because we've got a good 4 hours. We will. Hello, Paul. Lovely to see you. We've got a good 4 hours. We will try and stay on time. However, for those of you that don't know me and Gemma, we do have a habit of talking and we love discussion and we often go down rabbit holes. Hello, Lucy. How are you?
I'm still waiting to get on.
Okay. We can hear you.
Oh, I'm good.
Lovely. If anyone else wants to jump on and have a quick chat, just everyone's microphones are unblocked, which means that you can mute them and unmute them yourselves. We do ask that while we're actually presenting that you keep your microphones muted. That way it reduces background interference. However, if you have something that you would like to say, please jump in and let us know. So I'm just going to mute your mic, Lucy. There you go. So everyone's mics are unblocked. Please make sure you have them muted unless you actually want to say something. All questions are valid. There are no such thing as stupid questions. We are all here to learn, and we're very excited to meet everyone and to talk. So I'm going to make a little bit of a start as we wait for everyone to kind of come in. This is just going to be a general introduction to who myself and Gemma are. So I'll introduce myself. I will let Gemma introduce themselves, and then we can go on from there. So for those that don't know, me and Gemma are both registered clinical animal behaviorists with the APBC. We are also animal training instructors through PACT. So if any of our APBC or PACT friends are here, hello, welcome. It's lovely to see you. So I have been working with animals for over 20 years. Similar to Gemma, I started when I was 16 working in zoos and doing volunteer type roles. The first animals I ever trained was when I was 16 and it was a sea lion. At Blackpool Zoo, for anyone that has been to Blackpool Zoo. And they're like giant wet dogs. Then kind of went from there to do a zoology degree. Then went from zoology into companion animals, where I then did my master's and my postgrad diploma at Southampton University. So we've both got lots of academic experience and knowledge, but we also have that backed up with far more practical experience than we have academics. So I will let Gemma introduce herself.
Hello, so I'm Gemma, and my history with animals, again, since I was 16, working in zoological settings, so lots of zoos and everything, that working with all sorts of species. There was not just one, and everything from rhinos to primates to tigers to everything. Also got to have the experience of working at Steve Irwin's Australia Zoo. I was there for a whole year, and ended up actually showing a lot of the keepers a lot of animal handling and showing how to train some of the animals there. And then obviously I've been working with the dogs since 2008. 8. So a while now. It's been a while. So yeah, lots of hands-on experience. And I think as well, from training animals that are not domesticated, I think it really makes you a bit more I don't know, it helps your observational skills of knowing when to kind of step in and when not. So I think a lot of that zoological work has really helped me see things quite quickly and rapidly when working with the dogs. So it really helped my observations, I think. So yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you're dealing with frustration in particular, because it's one of those emotions that kind of, it transcends like all species. Like they all kind of, it's an emotional thing. And observational skills is something we're going to look at. We've got some videos for people to test their observational skills a little bit later on. Me and Gemma were just comparing notes with our observational skills, and we're very, very similar. But the criteria are different when we ask for you to count something, and I can't wait to hear everyone's interpretation of what it is we're asking you to count. So what will we learn today? Today, we're going to talk all about frustration. And if we're talking about frustration, we're also going to talk about arousal. We're going to look at self-control. We're going to look at impulse control, as well as frustration tolerance, a little bit about emotional regulation, and how that kind of affects our dogs. When we talk about frustration, we need to be very aware that it's something that as trainers, as behaviorists, we are all going to see. So we need to know what it looks like. We need to know the difference between the two. We need to find out how to help animals learn to deal with their emotions. We want to know what it looks like, and we're going to have a look at some case studies. So Gemma and I, we've got 3 case studies for you to have a look at that are real life clients. So we've got some video footage for you, and we can discuss what we've kind of done with these dogs, how it works, and how it goes through. So for those of you among us that are trainers, you will see a lot of frustration, because a lot of people that call you out for training problems are usually dealing with some kind of frustration, because it's generally the idiotic adolescents that are bouncing around getting super excited. They're going to need some frustration work. And there's different levels of frustration where it is a training issue, and then it can gradually move into a behavior problem where it gets more severe and the animals themselves get quite angry. So hello, Gillian, lovely to have you. So we'll go straight in. What is frustration? I like to start everything with a definition, because that way we all know exactly what it is that we're talking about. Panskep is one of my favorite people. There is loads of work around Panskep's work, as well as people that have moved on a little bit more implementing it. So Panskep is like the original person that looked at affective neuroscience and how that affects our dogs and their behavior, well, animals in general. But there are other people that have kind of brought things to the table since then. So absolutely look into Panskep, but also have a read around the subject as well. So his definition is, sorry about the background, my dogs have decided that now is good time to play. Mild engagement of the reactive aggression, which is rage system, which increases the proportion to the intensity of the desire that is thwarted. So it's all about basically when an animal doesn't get what they want, when they want to be able to do it. So it's that kind of, it's the frustration that develops when you can't do what you want to do in that moment. So if a dog is not in control of anticipated outcome, reward, or escape, or prevented from performing a desired behavior, frustration may occur. And this is the bit that we need to be really aware of when we have dogs that are confined, if they are on lead, if they are behind fences. Because if that dog panics and wants to flight and they can't, they're going to get frustrated. So sometimes we will see frustration when actually it's an anxiety or fear problem, but sometimes the frustration is the bigger emotion at the time. So we need to be aware of what we're looking at and how we're interpreting it, and that we can have more than one emotion going on at the same time, which can create conflict in our animals. Frustration is something that with the majority of my clients, we deal with first, because once we get that out the way, we can see what else is underneath. And if they can learn to regulate frustration, it's easier for them to start to regulate when they get scared, when they get anxious. It's likely to serve a very important function. So when we look at ethology of dogs and animals in general, everything kind of serves a purpose. If it still exists, it has an evolutionary purpose. And frustration does just that. It's a motivator for a lot of animals, and it also inhibits from other perspectives. So it makes sure that if they're starting to look for things, the frustration will encourage them to continue searching, or will make them stop searching because they're wasting energy. So we want to have a look at the reasons why they're doing things. And from an animal's perspective, the body always wants to return to homeostasis. So there is a little kind of switch almost in the brain of the animals when they're frustrated that wants them to return to normal as quickly as possible, which is why you get frustration bursts, and frustration will end relatively quickly compared to other emotions like anxiety and fear that can continue for quite a long time. Frustration is the one where it has to find an end. So either they get what they want or they give up trying and revert back to normal. So if we look at, say, the predator sequence in animals, the frustration is what it is that goes, okay, I'm hungry, I'm starting to get frustrated, so I'm going to go hunting. So the animals will go hunting. They then need to be able to control their impulses. They need to have self-control, and they need frustration tolerance to be able to complete their predatory sequence. So if we have a look at young cubs, young pups, they tend to be a bit too impulsive. So if anyone's watched any David Attenborough things where you've got young cubs or young animals practicing their pouncing, quite often they're impulsive. They jump in first, they spook the prey, and the prey runs away. They then get the feeling of disappointment and frustration, which then teaches them, okay, restrain yourself next time. So you can have impulsive animals that have really good frustration tolerance, and you can have animals that aren't impulsive with terrible frustration tolerance. So they are different things, but they're along the same kind of spectrum. So once they can kind of control their impulses, they then need the self-control. And we can have a lot of dogs that are fantastic at self-control because they are in control of it. So we might see a dog that you can put food on the floor, you can put the bowl down in front of them, and they will sit and they will wait quite happily until they're told not to, because they know they're going to get what they want. It's predictable. It's now can they understand. If you then attach a lead to that animal, or you tell them they can't actually have this thing now they've waited so long, you're going to see a frustration burst there if they haven't dealt with that frustration tolerance. So we want to make sure these animals are able to cope with all these different emotions, and that's the basis of what we're going to look at today. So it's a natural emotion that helps to motivate an animal to continue or discontinue the activity. It involves a lot in learning. So those of us that do shaping and clicker training, when you start to set your criteria and like your click and reward and your click and reward, the dog will get really, really good at it. And then you'll withhold the click a little bit because you want to get a little bit of frustration. So the dog kind of ups the game. So they touch something with the paw harder or for longer or something else. So we're using mild frustration there to motivate the animal to perform. But if we don't get our timing right, or the dog isn't used to frustration, we're going to have a dog that then starts barking, starts chewing, starts mouthing us. So when we're using positive reinforcement in particular, we need to be aware of the dog's emotional state while we're training. Gemma, do you have anything to add so far?
No, absolutely perfect. I think as well, if you think about that in times of, like you're talking about the cubs, the same with puppies, is when we actually get the owners get their puppies and they're told to expose them to everything. So we let puppies kind of do what they want to do. And then suddenly it's like, now it's time for a lead. Now it's time for you not actually going up there because you're getting a lot bigger. And a lot of them can't cope with that frustration tolerance. So it's definitely something learning from right early on in their development that needs to start to help making them feel a bit more able to cope when they're in adult stage.
Absolutely. So why is understanding frustration and arousal important for dog trainers? I'm hoping that I'm preaching to a choir here, but if you've come and you don't know anything about this, hopefully you'll learn something. But essentially, fear, anxiety, frustration increases arousal in animals, which can lead to aggression. So the reason that we're talking about frustration at the minute is to help you understand a little bit more about aggression and how not all aggression is fear and anxiety based. A lot of it is. Some of it's frustration. And when you get a frustrated dog, you get an angry dog. And an angry dog hurts because they will jump at you, they will mouth at you, they will bite hard. And we'll see some cases and some videos later on of dogs that are doing this. So it's really important for us when we see these bouncing dogs that are reacting on the end of the lead, that we're able to have a look and go, okay, what is it that we're seeing? What emotion is it that we're driving behavior? How can we help this animal? Dogs that don't receive the adequate mental and physical stimulation will get easily aroused, they'll get easily frustrated, and can become a handful for their owners. So a lot of those kind of early behaviors before about the dog's age of around 2, so those teenagers, adolescents, they struggle a lot with regulating their emotions because physiologically they can't. Their brain isn't wired that way yet. So we need to help them to regulate themselves. We need to set up the environment so they can manage it. Lack of self-control will often exacerbate a dog's reactivity. And we can trigger an aggressive response, which we don't want. So I want these dogs to learn early. So puppies are really good at learning self-control and frustration tolerance. If we can get those foundations in early through your puppy classes, it makes it easier to manage them during the adolescence period. And then once they're adults, they can mature and start to put it into real life experiences, and they can start to utilize those skills. So it's really important that breeders and puppy classes and trainers are getting these skills into the puppies as soon as possible, so they form those pathways early, so they're able to start regulating themselves. They will lose the ability when they're a teenager, because impulsivity is really, really high, emotional outbursts are really high. That's just part of being a teenager. But the skills are there, which means that if the owners are able to manage the situations when they reach adulthood, it all kind of slots back into place. It's not as seamless as that, but it makes it easier if they've got these skills underneath. So to live with dogs, they need frustration tolerance, because in life, they are going to deal with people playing that they can't enjoy. They're going to see other dogs running around that they can't do. They're going to see different things. So here we've got dogs that can and can't control their frustration. So in the first picture, we have Warrior, who's one of Gemma's cases. When he gets frustrated, he likes to bite his owners. Those that can deal with frustration in real life. So we've got my previous dogs that are no longer with us when my child was young. So he would sit in his high chair and throw food towards my dogs. They needed incredible self-control, and they also needed fantastic frustration tolerance, because they couldn't always get what it was that my child was throwing. Sometimes it was something toxic to the dogs, sometimes it wasn't, but they needed to be able to control themselves. Same thing with the ball pool. I had a collie that loved balls and a toddler, well, a baby that wanted to play in a ball pool. So making sure that our dogs have this ability to regulate their emotions means that it's easier to manage them in day-to-day life. You're going to prevent a lot of accidents from happening because they're able to calm themselves down. They can regulate themselves. They can watch. And if they can watch and keep themselves regulated, they can listen, they can learn. Which means that if we start to see them starting to go, I'm struggling to cope, we can go, okay, let's go and do this, before they get to the point where they can't cope, where they can't listen. So we're creating safety in dogs by teaching them these skills. Gemma, anything you want to add?
No, absolutely agree with all of that. Basically, I think as well is, I think frustration, it's important to understand it properly, because I think collectively, frustration is probably the hardest thing to identify clearly in our work. And I think it's one things that I think a lot of people struggle with treatment. And it could be because the thinking and the treatment plan is taking you one direction, and the frustration is being missed underneath, or not known how to treat, because it's got to such an exacerbated state. So knowing those foundations and why dogs need to use it are really important, I think, and helpful for your training plans.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes we see a lot in our mentorship sessions and through other conversations with trainers where people are like, what do we teach to help them? And we're like, these are the foundation exercises. And like, well, the dog can do that. And you're like, great. But they need to be able to apply it in real world situations, which is what we're going to talk about here, is it's getting those foundation skills and going, great. Can they now apply it to these other situations? Can we set them up in a situation where, you know, the dropping food on the floor and the dog's being able to resist it, or dropping food on the floor and getting them to check back in with you is fantastic. It's really good. But we need to be able to move that from an exercise in the house or garden to, can you now leave the squirrel that is across the field? Can you now leave the ball or the football field? It's the same skills, it's the same learning, the same management the dog has to do. It's a different context and it's harder. So we need to find a way for each of those individuals to be able to transition from the ones that they can do, building up to the ones that they can't do. And if we can work on the frustration side first with a lot of the aggression cases that we see that are fearful and anxious, if we can get them to be able to manage themselves when they're excited and frustrated, it makes it a hell of a lot easier for them to be able to regulate themselves in the presence of the scary things, because they're practicing that skill. So if we think about it from a human perspective, whether we're super excited or super scared, the first thing we're all told to do is just take a deep breath, just pause, think and breathe. Whether we're scared or excited, we have to regulate our sympathetic nervous system, our parasympathetic nervous system. We have to kind of take that breath. If we can teach our dogs to do that in the situations that they're okay in, it makes it easier for those other ones.
Absolutely. I think as well, it's the transition part that I see collectively in trainers that struggle with. It's how do we go from A to B? Because we can put all these exercises in and the dog can do them. The owner might even tell you, yeah, well, they do that all day, most of the day. But it's that transition of, okay, can you do this when you feel a little bit of emotion? Not being flooded with emotion, but when that emotion is starting to kind of rise, can you now do that exercise? And it's that slowing that transition down that I think we find hard.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And it's trying to find the ways to break it down in a gradual way, so we're not stressing out the animal, because frustration itself is an aversive feeling, which is why they want it to end as soon as possible. None of us like to feel frustrated. So when we're doing frustration control and frustration tolerance exercises, we have to be really, really careful that we're not jumping in at the deep end, because if we make them too frustrated, we're going to stress out this animal and cause distress. So we need to make sure that we're very, very careful with how we gradually change the environment, how we build up, and we do like little bits at a time. So they start to go, okay, I can cope with that. And then a bit more, I can cope with that. This is one of my favorite definitions about frustration. And if those of you that don't know Kevin McPeak, please do go and check out his webinar that he recently did for the APPC and all of his research. He's a lecturer at Edinburgh University now, I think. And he's specialized in frustration. And his definition is lovely. So it is: frustration is an emotional state which can arise when an organism is thwarted from attaining something it is motivated to gain or retaining something under its control. For example, frustration can occur where previously learned expectations are not met, absent reduced delayed reward, as well as in situations where there are actual or potential barriers to the autonomous control, restraint, intrusion to personal space, including territory. So I love this definition because it transcends all behavior problems. So if you've got a resource guarding dog, some of them are just frustrated. They're not actually kind of guarding. It's just this is mine, and they don't want the other dog to have it for no other reason, just that they want to have a right to choose something and not have the bouncing around puppy or whatever it is try and take it from them. Sometimes it's not, but it's something to bear in mind, that sometimes these displays of aggression aren't necessarily aggression. And aggression is one of those things that there's not a good definition for it yet. So we like to look at emotions rather like, what's the emotional driver that's causing the dog to do this? Are they feeling scared? Are they feeling intimidated? Are they frustrated? Is it more than one? And kind of work on helping the dog to regulate themselves. So often when we look at frustration, we want people to do lots of stuff with their dogs. However, if they're too stimulated and they constantly feel pressure to work, this can also result in anxiety and frustration due to being unable to manage themselves. So teaching them to relax, in my opinion, I'm pretty sure Gemma's as well, is far more important than obedience drills and training. It's building in those choices. So I would much rather my clients go and read a book with their dogs, sit down in a field with them, sit outside their house on the drive, and teach their dogs how to relax and regulate themselves. Because if we're always doing training with them, there are some dogs that get frustrated that every time they do something with their owner, they have to work. They have to do something. And that pressure can be a lot for some dogs. And I have seen so many dogs that as soon as the client gets out treats or something like that, the dogs just shut down. And they're like, oh God, what do you want me to do? I thought we were just hanging out. So spending time just hanging out with our dogs is huge. And we need to make sure that when we're doing these sorts of exercises that we get them to emotionally regulate. And that can be just hanging out with our dogs, because they have to regulate themselves about all the smells, the sights, the sounds that they see. They're doing it all the time. So do it with them.
Also the opposite. Yeah. The opposite of denying them the ability to develop those skills because we're constantly giving them a command. Yeah. There's dogs that I've met that have got certificates coming and rosettes coming out of their ears, but they're performing all of the time, performing for their owner. And if I can ask them, can your dog relax and just chill out? And they'll go, yeah, they can station. And it's this performing station. It's not the dog letting go completely in certain situations. And that the dog then using that as a coping mechanism is, if I just keep obedient training, I don't have to deal with what's around me. Mm-hmm. So that's a huge one as well, because then you'll get into a situation where the dog loses it at quite a big exacerbated level because it's never actually gone through to manage its emotions or develop those skills yet. And they might be the best trained dog in the world or the most obedient dog in the world, but this pressure to work is actually denying them facing what they need to actually work through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen quite a lot of posts recently on social media about how you can't train relaxation and you can't train a settle properly because you teach it as like a settle mat, you teach it as a stay exercise. And I'm like, if you teach it in the way that Gemma and I teach it, you can train relaxation because you're not actually teaching the dog to do anything. You're allowing the environment to do the work for you, and the dogs will start to switch off. They will start to relax. You'll start to see them do those kind of telltale huffs where they're like, oh, fine, and they do switch off and they do learn to relax, and we can condition that as an emotional response to a particular cue. It takes time and it's not easy, and they do go through a period where they're like, look at me, I'm relaxed, look how relaxed I am. And you kind of have to get them to work through that frustration, especially if the dogs that are used to working all the time, for them to actually go, right, what am I doing? All right, fine, I'm just going to just relax. And you hear them huff. And that's what you want, is you want that really big exhale and go, yeah, great. Once you give me that exhale, we're going to relax for a little bit and then we'll go and do some work. And it's building that up so the dogs start to learn that they can just relax on their own. And it becomes a wonderful experience for your dogs when they just start to go, oh, okay, your foot's on my lead, or we're in this context, I'm just going to chill out. And we'll see that from some dogs later. Go on, Gemma.
I think as well, it's important as like from a training collective as well, is that we have to understand that we live in a very impatient society. Everything is given to us faster and faster when we want it. You know, next day deliveries, same day deliveries, anything we want, we're getting it. And the owners get caught into that drama with their dog, thinking the dog has to keep going. And the hardest thing can actually sometimes be telling the owner to just be still and take their time with it. And they'll give you every excuse under the sun why the dog can't do it. And it's because they can't switch off either. So it's bearing that in mind. And sometimes that's why it's difficult. These cases are difficult because you've got the owner also possibly finding it quite frustrating to relax because they don't know how to. So yeah, it's that's important.
Absolutely. And building off of that, we want to have a look at the importance of arousal and frustration, because the two are so important. So I'm just going to message my partner and get him to take my dogs out of the room, because if you can hear them, they're playing bitey facey. Because they're like, no, it's playtime, it's a Saturday. So when we look at arousal is really important, and that's just the emotional level of our dogs. Whether they're overwhelmed because they're happy or scared is relevant at this stage. It's still an increase in things. So if you look at studies that are based on like cortisol and things like that, your dogs will release cortisol, known as like the stress hormone, whether they are super excited or whether they're having the time of their life. The same things happen, the same processes happen in the body. So they need to learn how to regulate those to be able to manage themselves a little bit better. We don't expect them to be absolutely amazing at this stuff because, you know, look at adults. It will vary. There are a lot of people that can cope with being stuck in traffic. There are a lot of people that can't, regardless of how much practice they've had. You can have the calmest person in the world that has a really bad day and gets frustrated and snaps at someone. It's the same thing with our dogs. They are all allowed to have a bad day, but the more they can practice these things and practice controlling their arousal levels, makes it easier for them in the long term to actually deal with this stuff. And just as a side note, for anyone that hasn't seen, there is a handouts button at the top of your chat. These slides are available for you to download now if you want to follow along. So redirection. I love this picture. It's one of my favorites that I found on the internet. So redirected aggression is something that we need to be really, really aware of. This is when people will get a very sudden, quite often hard bite when a dog is already highly aroused. Fence running, window barking are the two biggest reasons that you tend to see these sorts of reactions, but you'll also see it when one dog is reacting to another dog on the end of the lead. They start to get frustrated. They can't get to the other dog, so they take it out on the dog that they're walking with, or they'll take it out on their owner. So we want to make sure that we're looking into these sorts of things, and we're aware that sometimes if a dog is highly aroused and very excited or really frustrated, they can redirect and take it out on the closest thing, which could be a hand, it could be curtains, it could be blinds, it could be a plant, it could be the grass, it could be anything. And if they're just snapping willy-nilly at stuff, then we're looking at that frustration, that redirection. So we need to make sure that when we have these reactive dogs, these frustration dogs, that our clients are aware of whether they have a dog that redirects or whether they have one that doesn't, especially if they are teaching things like middle. So middle is a really useful thing to teach to a lot of dogs, where you have the dog in between your legs to kind of keep them there, to keep them focused as they're wandering around. However, if you have a dog that is then getting frustrated, and if it redirects, they could redirect onto your thigh. You have a femoral artery there. That is a very bad thing. Lorraine, the handout, not in the handout tab. Is it there now?
I can see it. So it should be there now.
I've just clicked another button, so hopefully it's there for you. Because you should be able to click on handouts, and you should be able to preview, share, download, and pin it. Oh, brilliant. People can see it. There you go. Thank you for letting me know. I'd hate for you to not see all this, because there's a lot to go through, so you get the slides, don't worry. There are references all throughout the slides. There's a reference slide at the very end with most of them. However, in my fast nature, some of them I didn't manage to put the full references in at the end. But if you Google the references, you'll know. So Landsberg references, I'm referring to the Landsberg book. It's the behavior and care of dogs and cats or something. Overall, it's Karen Overall's book, which has now been redone. So there's a few references within there. Hi, Spock. Okay, so we do need to consider the teenage dog, as we mentioned earlier, because with our teenagers, they go through a change during adolescence. For those of you that want to look at the science, Naomi Harvey, if you have a look at her studies, she did a wonderful study and another webinar all about kind of the changes in the brain that happens around the teenage dog. Also have a look into Kathy Murphy's stuff, which is also fantastic, because adolescents go through such a big change, it affects their emotional regulation. So all teenagers cannot regulate their emotions. It is impossible for them to do so. Some are a little bit better than others, but most of them can't. So it increases risk-taking, impulsive behavior. So you might have a puppy that up until 6-7 months of age were able to look at the dog and come away from play, and then suddenly they can't. They can't regulate their emotions very well. They get increased sensitivity to triggers. They get more sensitive to stress-type behaviors. So if they have a scary thing happen during this teenage time, that's going to be worse than if it happened when they were an adult. And they have a high resistance to desensitization and counter-conditioning. So the things that as behaviorists we rely on, teenage dogs can't really do it. Their brains don't really allow us to do that, because it's all counts as emotional regulation. So what we need to do instead is teach them these exercises so they become more of a habit, until they get to a stage where they're mature enough to start utilizing them. And then we can start to bring it through. So it's being very aware to the age of the dog that we're teaching this stuff to, which is why it's really important to get it in there with our puppies first, so they get those foundation skills. Then they can practice it a little bit during their teenage lives, but we can't expect too much, because they will have good and bad days, because neurologically so much is changing for them. Their brain is just rewiring completely. Then we have our mature dogs. So what we tend to find on like an age scale for people is up until about the age around 7 months, they tend to be really good at this stuff. Like they'll figure things out really well. You'll see in litters where they might have a food bowl behind the gate, and there's like a doorway somewhere, and the puppies have to figure out how to get around the gate and through. They'll start to do really well in puppy classes, and then they'll really struggle as teenagers. But we have to kind of take them away from the situation. We have to do lots of relaxation stuff with them, get them to just learn to watch and people watch and regulate themselves nice and quietly. Then they get to in between 2 and 3, and they're like, oh, I can start to do this a little bit now. So they need to practice it in the real world. They get to about 4 and 5 and they become pros. Like, oh, I can do this now. And then you'll see them actually start to manage themselves a lot more effectively in situations and calm themselves down faster, because they can do it. But during those teenage years, you kind of almost have to not wrap them in bubble wrap, but you want to manage the environments. Like, don't go to places that they can't cope with. And if you are going places, make sure that you manage them and you give them these outlets and ways that they can actually regulate themselves a little bit better. Gemma.
Again, going to the owner side of things as well, is that obviously this is also a time where the dog is least likely to respond to someone it's really bonded with during the adolescence times as well. Whereas giving the owners a realistic view of what's going to happen and actually explaining to them that we're training them not to just be good at these things, we're training them beyond that point to be automated behaviors at these, new behavior loops and habit loops that are automated at this stage, so that they're prepared that there is going to be some setbacks and that they need to be flexible with their training. And always the view to a good saying to say to people is that, you're working with the dog who woke up that day. You're not working with the puppy that you had. You're working with whatever dog has woken up that day. That means your training needs to fit that dog that day. So if they've gone back a little bit that day, then you go back to basics that particular day, and being flexible in the training to support them. Again, because I think owners get really frustrated themselves that the puppy side of them can really do it, then suddenly they're not doing it anymore. So that can really affect the dog's training in itself, and then you get two frustrated parties that don't help each other.
Yeah, absolutely. So learning is an emotional thing as well. So a lot of this stuff we do need the dogs to learn, but when it comes to emotional regulation, a lot of it isn't operant learning. It's classical learning, and it's really important to kind of understand the difference and know what it is that you're teaching at different points. And more than one thing can be happening at the same time. So just because we're trying to do something else doesn't mean that something else isn't also happening. So always be aware of what else is going on and what your individual dog is learning at this time. So your animals will learn in two main ways. There's other ways of learning, absolutely. But the two ones that we want to focus on for today is they form associations. And usually the associations are between a stimulus and a reward or a pairing of some description, generally an emotional regulator. So this happens and I feel like this, or this happens and I get this. We've also got consequences of their actions, which is more of the operant thing. So I did this and this was a result. But we also need to be aware that sometimes if we've got a dog that, say, is out on a walk and they have some kind of harness or device that squeezes or tightens every time they see another dog and they react and pull, they're not necessarily going to know that it's the device that they're wearing that's made them feel uncomfortable. They're going to associate it with what it is that they see. So we need to be very aware and let owners be mindful that if they tense up or they squeeze or tighten something every time the dog sees another dog, they're going to associate that with the dog and not necessarily with the device that they're using or with the training that we've put through. So we want to be really aware of what associations are coming through, what emotions are feeling. And emotions will nearly always override any kind of operant form of learning. So if you think you're doing something really good, but the dog is feeling a very strong emotion, that's what they're going to take away from the experience. And the main emotions that we look at in training are fear, anxiety, frustration, relief, anticipation, and pleasure. So we've got our three good ones, our three not so good ones. And we want to kind of make sure that we know what it is that we're doing at each stage of these, that we know what it is that's driving that behavior and what emotion that dog is feeling. So as we mentioned earlier, you might be training positively and we might have our food out. How frustrated is the dog? Is the dog getting angry? Because I have seen so many dogs in training situations where people have had food out, or they're talking and they're waving their food around and the dog's getting frustrated and angry, and then the dog won't work anymore because they've got too frustrated that they've almost shut down and they're like, I'm not doing it anymore. So we need to be very aware of what emotions are happening with that dog. We need to be aware of how many times we're repeating things. Some breeds can repeat things forever. Collie types, Labradors, German Shepherds quite often quite like repetitive work. If you're working with an Akita, a Husky, a Malamute, a Shiba Inu, they're not going to want to do the repetitive stuff quite as much. And they're going to get frustrated a lot faster because they're not as used to doing these things. So we need to be very aware of what emotions are going on during those training. Gemma?
Yes, definitely. Again, from a good way of identifying it is when you get those clients with the dogs that are really good in every other area and they pick things up really quick. The owner will be telling you that they're really clever. However, in certain contexts, they just can't progress, or you're stuck, or you can't seem to be moving on. It's always emotional. It's always going to be an emotional route to that part of the case of why the owners are saying that the dog is losing it at this point. But they, it doesn't make sense when you look at how well they learn other things. They can give paw, they can do every trick under the sun, but they can't handle walking down the street on a lead and seeing a car or a person or a dog walking past. So knowing that in those cases, 100%, it's always emotional at the root of that kind of situation. And making sure that you're looking into that a bit more. A lot of these dogs can show the frustration first and then show the anxiety as a symptom of that, because they're so anxious that they're being put in that situation again. And definitely going back to what Danny said, I'm definitely a bit strict in my classes about treat bag hovering or holding food in hands, because you can see the dog going, I've done what you needed me to do. You still got it in your hand, or you're hovering in your pouch and it's too much. Or if you're doing those stay exercises and they've not released the dog in between, and that suddenly the stay goes really well and then it just nose dives into the dog going, I'm not doing this anymore. So it can actually make the training situation a negative place, that the dog just goes, it's too hard to work for you, or it's too hard to do what you're telling me to. I'm just going to chase this leaf over here instead.
Yeah.
I'm going to bite you or your lead.
Yeah, I'm going to jump up and start chewing the lead. I'm going to start flopping over on my back.
Yeah.
Because they get too overwhelmed too quickly. And if anyone has seen any of Panskep stuff, this is what I kind of want to focus on today in particular. Because frustration is part of the rage part. So this is when dogs get unsure, and this is when they can attack, they can bite, they can fight, and it's very much an angry sort of state. So they start off being irritated and mildly annoyed, and then it will exacerbate into. It's why we refer to road rage as road rage, because you emotionally get hijacked, and then you get angry, and people will kind of bang on things and move depending on the person that they are. But they all kind of connect with each other. So when we're talking about emotions, I don't want everyone to kind of think of the brain as we're in this thing, so this bit lights up, and now this bit's light up. It's more like a fiber optics kind of thing, where everything's kind of lighting up and it's all moving around. So you can have two bits lit up at the same time, but one's a little bit brighter than the other, and they can sync between each other. So it's no one thing, and we don't know enough about the brain to know exactly what's going on. Despite what you read and hear on social media, what we do know about it is that we don't know enough about it. We have a really good idea of what's going on, but nothing exactly. So when we go on.
Sorry, a good way of thinking of it, I just wanted to say, with you kind of saying everything's lighting up, is sitting in seats in the car. Some are sitting in, some things that are lit up are sat in the front seat, but things are still lit up sat in the back seat, and they swap places.
Yeah, it's trying to be aware that it's not one thing all the time. So I want to try and get people out of the habit of kind of going, well, they're in this state, so they're only doing this. It's no, they can be different things. And rage is opposite to seeking, as you can see on this thing, but the two can still happen at the same time. And the best thing about the seeking system is this is the one that kind of gets the dogs to move forward, to start to move away from things. And anyone that does any kind of nose work, any kind of tracking, this is all seeking stuff, and this is all fantastic. Tracking in particular, if you do it in a very specific way. If anyone wants to learn how to do tracking properly, please go and check out Dog Tags and Pat Tag, because she is incredible. But if we can get them focusing through their nose, if we think back to that kind of predator sequence, we're keeping them at the top side of the predator sequence where they're able to think. So it's the patrolling, it's the kind of sniffing, it's the searching, it's the tracking. It's not the kind of chase type behavior. So when we've got those really intense behaviors, if we can get them back on the other side of the spectrum where they're able to seek and search out things, it makes it a lot easier. The seeking system is also activated when the animals go into the fight and flight, because seeking is what allows them to flight and move away, because they search for somewhere to hide or somewhere to run to. So if we can get them used to seeking in that kind of state and doing something productive, as they start to feel a little bit overwhelmed, they're able to go and go, I'm feeling a bit unsure, so I'm going to start sniffing. And sniffing is also a displacement behavior. So if we see lots of it, we can be aware of what else is going on. Are they sniffing because they're having fun and they're tracking something? Or are they sniffing because they're putting blinkers on and they're going, I can't deal with what's around me, so I'm just going to focus on this thing right here? And I've seen that a lot in spaniel type dogs, where they're getting very overwhelmed by what's going on around them. They can't focus, so they just start intensely sniffing and following something as a distraction for them because they can't cope because they're actually quite anxious in the environment. So it's being very aware of what it is that we're seeing, what emotions are there, and what's kind of underlying. So if we're seeing frustration, frustration is a conflict thing quite often. So there's usually something else going on that the dog isn't able to do for whatever reason they have. And we need to figure out what that is to help the dog cope and bring them back to their normal, stable self. Gemma, do you have anything to add?
Just again, it's sometimes it's a case of getting used to unpacking all these things because certain things are running at the same time, and then you've got every gradient in between of how much frustration is in there, because obviously some frustration can be good because it brings that motivation and drive in, but too much is irritating and it's a negative feeling. So it's getting the practice of learning to unpack your cases and trying to see all these different things that are going on. So that diagram's really good to help you kind of go, okay, where are my ticks that I'm seeing here in this behavior, and how can I unpack that to see what's governing it underneath?
Yeah. This is a slide that I have essentially pinched and tweaked slightly from Kevin McPeak's webinar for the APBC on frustration. Please do check it out. This is not my own work, I would like to make clear. This is something that I was like, that's amazing. Whenever I see something that's amazing done by another trainer, I never see the point in recreating it in my own way. I'd much rather highlight that person. So that's why this bit is in there. And I think this is such a wonderful way of letting you know as to how the dogs can cope and how it is that kind of spectrum. So we have the dogs that are kind of, they have mild frustration tolerance, where they can cope in most situations, but if there's like a really big barrier that they're stuck between. So this is where, like, if there's a closed door or there's a baby gate and they really want to get through something and they kind of have a hissy fit. So when we're looking at separation cases, for example, you know, are we actually looking at a separation case, or are we looking at barrier frustration? And is it barrier frustration because their owner's left? Is it barrier frustration because the other dog's gone out the house and they wanted to join and they've got serious FOMO? Is it that there are noises outside the house that they can't get to? So there's lots of things that can look through barrier frustration. So you've got kind of mild levels of where they're able to cope, where a lot of trainers will tend to see. We have them where they're able to cope in other situations, and then we've got ones where they can't cope in a range of situations. And they're the ones that tend to come through to the behavior spectrum. But it's all along that spectrum. So as trainers, you are often the first aid for any trainers that are out there watching this. Like, as behaviorists, Gemini, we rely on you to be able to assess and look at these dogs and go, okay, yeah, we can teach you these skills and you'll be fine. Or actually, you're really struggling with these things. There's something else underlying this frustration. We need to refer you on to clinical. However, here are the first steps. Here are the foundation exercises that you can start doing that we can then have a look at later. And then we can go, okay, how are those foundation steps working out? Yeah, they're doing really, really well. And we found out that the behavior is now changed. And rather than barking, they're now wanting to run away. And we're like, oh, okay, the frustration was there because this is a dog that wants to fight and they can't because they're on lead. And what we saw was a fight-looking response that was frustration rather than actual fight. And when the dog can regulate themselves, they just want to get out of there. So we kind of need everyone to be aware of the spectrum of frustration and know what to do to kind of help these dogs to start to learn to manage themselves early on. And we can pick up the problems and what other emotions are going on to help the dogs that are having more severe problems. I hope that makes sense to people. Mm-hmm. So what does it look like? We've got some videos coming up, so don't worry. Frustration. The biggest thing that I often find when you deal with frustration is the dogs are quite bouncy. So they tend to kind of bounce on their front paws. And they're very sort of, it's usually, I often see it more on like the feet are together and they're bouncing in like a kangaroo type fashion. Sometimes you see stampy feet, but I tend to see more, especially if they're on a lead, you see these kind of bouncing kangaroo type hopping behaviors where they're barking and lunging at another dog. When you've got a dog that isn't overly frustrated, they tend to be more stiff and stuck to the floor. whereas frustrated ones tend to bounce along with it because they want to get there and they get really irritated. And if we're not able to manage that, and if the dog is a high redirect dog, they'll do bouncy, bouncy, bounce, and then they'll nail a person behind them, or they'll jump up on the lead, or you'll see something like that. So we want them to be able to control themselves from the bouncy, bouncy bit before they control themselves for everything else. You tend to see increased focus and movement towards a specific stimuli or barrier. So if they see the thing that they are frustrated about, you tend to see very intense focus towards it. It's this is the thing I'm frustrated at. This is the thing that I want to get that I can't have. So either the window, the door, the dog they're seeing on the other side is very, very intense, and they get very high tunnel vision. And then the arousal kicks in, they get even more tunnel vision. So they're not looking for an escape or any other option. They are focusing entirely on their target. If you've got a dog that's frustrated and they don't know where the target is, then you'll see barking in all sorts of different directions. So for instance, if you've got dogs that alert back to noises, and they're in a home, if they know where the noise is coming from, they will fixate on where it was, and they'll run towards the window. If they don't know, they'll kind of bark and look around. And you'll see this in puppy classes. If you've got puppies that are frustrated, if they're frustrated at something, then they'll stare and they'll look at the person or the dog with the toy or the treat or whatever it is. If they're just frustrated because they're a bit overwhelmed in the situation, they'll just sit there and they'll kind of bark and they'll kind of look in different directions as they're doing it because there's no main focus. So it can be complicated.
And it can be the owner that is the target, because it might be that they're relying on the owner to relieve a certain feeling, or they're relying on the owner to get some kind of relief from them, and it's not happening. So it can be that they're directing that attention onto the owner.
Yeah, it's not an easy one to spot. And often the more frustrated they get, the more other behaviors will come in. So they might get a bit frustrated, and then they might start to get anxious because they're getting frustrated, or they might start getting scared because what it is isn't going away. So what starts off as one emotion can quickly kind of progress into another. You often see increases in heart rate. So have a look at the heart rate and the breathing rate in dogs that you're able to see that in, because you'll see it start to increase as they start to get more aroused and as they start to get more overwhelmed. You tend to see increases in vocalization. With frustration, you tend to have very high pitched kind of whines on the end of it, almost like a toddler like wanting something. So it tends to be kind of as you get it. It tends to be higher pitched, and if they're barking, it tends to be more singular barks that sound a bit more like oi. If they're kind of frustrated and they're trying to get attention from someone because they need something, or if it's intently focused, it's woof 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 woof. Whereas if you've got a fearful dog, it tends to be more woo 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 woo. Frustrated dogs tend to woof. I hope that makes sense. That's the best description I can do of a dog's bark without actually barking on camera, which isn't the best thing to do. You will also quite often see repetitive type behaviors, whether that's the bouncing, sometimes it's chewing, sometimes it's spinning, sometimes it's pacing. So if you've got a dog in a house that's frustrated over something, they tend to bark as they're walking up and down, as they're pacing, as they're kind of walking around, because they don't know what to do, or they can't do what it is that they want to do, and they essentially need help. And sometimes they just need a prompt for their owner. They just go, it's okay, just go lie down, and they're like, oh, okay, and then they're fine. It's if you had a dog that has been so micromanaged that they don't know what to do by themselves because they're always relying on their owner to actually do something, then they kind of pace up and down. They're like, I don't know what to do. What do I do? And you're like, you just sit. And they're like, oh, okay. And it's amazing when you see them because they never think of it themselves. So if you've had a dog that's had a lot of operant-based training and they're always being told what to do in situations, they're never really given that chance to decide for themselves, they tend to get frustrated if they're not being given directions really easily. Does that make sense for people? I'm sure a lot of you are thinking, oh, I know a dog like this. Or I've seen that in my classes. Gemma, anything else to add?
No, just kind of following on what you're saying is that sometimes you've got some compensation behavior going on at the same time because of how long something's gone on for as well. So this is why I think sometimes it can be hard to identify it, because there's all behaviors going on at the same time. And until something is put in place, then you start to see the underlying frustration start to come out. So being aware that you might not see it straight away.
Yeah.
You might see it a bit later on in the case after a few sessions.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have a look at some videos now to see what frustration looks like. So the first video I'm going to show you is Ellie. If anyone has seen any of my webinars and things before, you might be aware of who Ellie is. And it is a very old video, so I apologize because it is very grainy. It's well over 10 years old now. It's when I used to have my daycare. Ellie is a German Shepherd. She was a very intense case with a not so nice outcome, and you'll see why. But I'm going to kind of play a little bit of the video and then pause it, and you'll see what I mean by the kind of bouncy behavior, frustration, and loud barking that Ellie does. So I'm going to share my screen because I'm not going to trust that the YouTube videos are going to work properly based on what Gemma said. And to be honest, I really want Gemma to be able to see these videos. So that's the main thing that we're going for. So what we're going to see, I apologize for the graininess. So Ellie is in the top right corner behind these chairs. And what we'll see, I'm just going to play for a few seconds, is see her back kind of bouncing and scrambling and bouncing. Okay. So that behavior is the initial frustration. Is she really, really, really wants to get to this other dog. So she came to me because she pulled and she bounced and she lunged at dogs on a lead because she really wanted to get to them. Her owner had only had her for 3 weeks. He is a gentleman that was in his late 60s, early 70s. And he was too scared to let her approach other dogs because he didn't know what she was going to do with her being a new dog. So we were like, okay. So in some of our assessments, what I will do is we will have a safe venue, usually somewhere that is enclosed, that isn't accessible to the public. We will have a stooge dog, which you can see down in the bottom left corner. That is a toy stooge dog. This is one of our like stuffy stooge dogs. Because with some dogs, I need to see what would happen if the person drops the lead. So for those clients that I have that might have mobility issues, that might have different kind of strength needs, where the possibility of a lead breaking or them dropping the lead or being pulled over are high, I want to know from a safety perspective from the public what's going to happen if that dog actually gets to the other dog. Now, usually what we find in these situations is the dog will charge in. As you see, Ellie's well on her way to charging in. And they will often stop within about a meter or so, would you say, Gemma?
Yeah, I'd say
that kind of thing. They'll hover and they'll bounce and bark. Some of them will go in a bit more and they'll kind of nudge them with their nose, but they'll kind of pause to try and suss out the situation.
What the heck is this?
Yeah, they're like, what is it? What's going on?
Because it's so still as well.
Yeah, and I like using stuffies because they give you a very quick response to what a dog would do if they think it's a dog and they're not sure. Are they going to charge in? Are they going to pause and hesitate? Once they know it's a stuffy, everything else is irrelevant because a lot of them will then pick them up and carry them around. But that initial reaction is what we're looking at. Whereas with Elle, I'm going to play. Okay. Just going to rewind and let you watch that again. She did not stop. And then we slowed it down a little bit because her intent and her focus was to take down this dog. We don't know where she came from. We don't know what she was actually trained to do. However, she goes straight for the neck. And we did this with a few different stuffies. And the reason that she was bouncing and barking on the end of the lead is because she wanted to get to the other dog. And she wanted to take them down. So this is a dog that originally, to see if she nuzzles it to make sure it's dead, and then she's fine. She was one of the scariest dogs that I had the pleasure of working with. She was a cracking dog, as far as how dogs go, but she's an example of a dog that is scared of other dogs to start off with, has learned a really effective coping strategy, and that's her go-to move now. So when she saw another dog, she would just charge in. From a public safety perspective, She could not tell the difference between a real dog, a stooge dog, or a child in a fluffy onesie. So the outcome for Ellie wasn't overly that great, unfortunately. But she's a really good example of where frustration can get when they get angry when they want to do stuff. So we have to be aware that there are dogs like this out there, which is why I like to use Ellie as an example. However, with people, she was wonderful. She was a cracking dog. I adored her. But public safety wise, she was not a safe dog. And she definitely wasn't safe for this elderly man who couldn't really control her. So another example of frustration. I'm about to show you one of my own dogs. You'll see a couple of my own dogs in these videos. And we're going to have a look at Spock next. So Spock is my mini American Shepherd. He is adorable. He is my baby. However, he had to have surgery on both of his knees because he had luxating patellas. And he had to have a lot of crate rest. Now, luckily for me and Spock, he was able to do a lot of frustration tolerance work as a puppy because he was my dog. And I wanted him to be an assistance dog, which he may, we're not sure yet. He's kind of on the boundary whether he's actually going to make it or not. And he had to have a lot of crate rest. So I'm going to show you a video. It's about a minute long of him regulating himself within his pen and barking. Now, I do not approve of cry out methods with young puppies. Like, they're not okay. If the puppy's crying, you need to go to them. But as they're starting to learn frustration tolerance, there are times where they can't get what they want and they kind of have to learn to deal with it because life sucks and it's really hard. But you want to make sure that they're safe, that they're not in too much distress. Now, with Spock, what I was looking for when I was recording this is he showing signs that he's trying to manage himself? And he was, and you'll see them as we watch the video. So I let it go on a little bit longer, and then he was able to sort himself out after about a minute or so. And he got better and better as life goes on. So when you're getting dogs to be able to cope with barrier frustration and confinement, it's really important that they learn these skills away from the barrier first, and they do it short and snappy and short. So we only had enough time to do little bits of it before he had to have his crate rest. So here's a little video that we're going to do. If I could just increase that. Oh, no. Hold on. Okay. So here he is in his pen. You should be able to hear him if the video plays properly. But if not, you'll be able to see him. So what you'll see is he's panting. He's barking a little bit. And the barks are high-pitched single barks. So they're woof, squeak, panting with a bit of whining. And this is the pacing. So this is the repetitive behavior that we mentioned. And he tries the bat and then he lies down. He barks as he lies down, but he's trying. He'll get up and pace again and then lies down. We had the odd little bark, but we could see him keep circling and he's trying to trigger himself. And what you'll notice is the barks are getting gradually less. He did a little kind of grumble then going, oh, fine. He's managing himself a little bit better. We've got a yawn, which is self-regulation. A little bit of digging. And then turns his back to me in a huff. And that's what I would want. So if we have a dog that is really struggling and they're not showing those little signs of trying to regulate themselves, I would get them out of the situation. But when I was watching Spock, and because he was my dog, I was kind of watching and looking for those things. You may disagree with what I do, and that is absolutely fine. Like, I'm not the best person, and this is a real life thing. So I wasn't training properly in that situation because he's my dog. but I knew that he had the coping skills underneath, and I was timing it. I'm like, okay, if it goes on longer than a minute, I'm getting him out of there. But he was having little breaks where he was trying to regulate himself, and he was having little bits where he'd lay down. I'm like, okay, he's trying. So I'm just going to give him the opportunity to try and see if he succeeds. Because if I rescue him too much at this stage, he's then going to rely on me and not himself. And I'm a really big advocate that the dogs need to learn to rely on themselves and have like these little mini wins where it's a little bit unsure, but then they do it. And every time he was in a situation where he got frustrated, he can calm himself down faster and faster and faster each time. And the crate rest did wonders for him because he was like, okay, fine, I'll just stay in here. So he's able to chill out in a lot of different situations because of that, because he knows he can rely on himself, which is really important for dogs. But we need to make sure that when we're teaching them these coping skills, that we're not stressing them out and that we rescue them when they need to be rescued, but we're also able to kind of be there and support. So he wasn't on his own. He had me there and you could see him looking there. And I'm like, it's okay. The other dog was also around in the room, which can help, can hinder. Gemma, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is where what we was talking about at the beginning, that transition, can be difficult for us to know how we kind of break it down. When do we stop in? Because I think sometimes we see the tiniest bit of frustration, we jump in, we kind of do what we need to. We need to make sure the environment's right. We need to make sure the dogs are safe. We need to make sure that we have got an exit strategy. We need to make sure that we're not flooding. But we also need dogs to start feeling a little bit of something to work through so they can start developing the skills at the same time. So no, we're not advocating flooding or anything, but we're advocating ticking all the boxes so that you can start making that transition. You've got to take that first stepping stone somewhere. And when you know your dog, it's different. So if you know your dog and you know the coping mechanisms are there, then you know that you could probably have that test in time to go, right, are they going to kick in, or am I going to need to help at this stage? And you might even need to just help once, and then the next time they can do it themselves, or you might not need to help at all. But when you don't know the dog, it's making sure that you're taking it right back and making sure those skills are built in first before you even start doing any of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's making sure they got those foundation skills, which I knew I had with Spock and with Nuffle in a minute. And what you'll find is with Spock, at that age, he was 8-9 months. So he was just starting out his adolescence journey. So he still had a little bit of ability to remember what it was that we did, but he was starting to struggle. Whereas with Nuffle on the next video, he's full-blown teenager. He's like 18 months at this stage. This is one of those situations that as a disabled person, you get stuck. So we were out on a walk. I had to sit down and Nuffle wanted to go and say hi to all the dogs that kept passing us. He couldn't. I couldn't manage him because I was on the verge of like a collapse thing. So it's one of those real life situations where I was like, you know what? I'm just going to film it because this will be really good footage for anything later on. But I was stuck in a situation where I couldn't really do a lot of stuff. And Nuffle just had to start applying the skills that we had taught him. And it took him a bit longer than I wanted. He got there in the end, and now he's absolutely fantastic with any kind of frustration type exercises. I could take him anywhere and he will just chill out. But it did take us a while to get there. So what we're going to see now, and hopefully you can hear it. You'll have a little bit of me and a friend chatting in the background. So I apologize for that. But what I want you to hear is the whines. So you get to recognize what frustration sounds like. It is very whiny. It is very yappy when these dogs do this. So here is my Nuffle. This is Spock as a puppy, who's just adorable. So if you watch Nuffle's chest, you'll see lots of kind of really big breaths, and he is just squeaking and whining and panting. So I do hope you can all hear it. He's quieting down now. He's trying to calm himself down. We've got a bit of focus as we're both seeing the other dogs that are coming down. You'll see them up in the distance. And he's like, okay, I can do this. But I'm just sat on the floor because I can't do anything at this stage. And now he's got a short, sharp back as the people come past. He's then single barks because he can't get to the things that he wants. I've got a little bit of food that I'm trying to help him cope with just to help keep his mind on me. You hear lots of grumbles underneath as the people and dogs go past. And little bits of whine. So this is what you'll find with those reactive dogs that are frustrated because they can't do what they want and they don't know what else to do. Whereas, as you can see, Spot just doesn't care because he's a puppy. So that's another example of what frustration looks like for these dogs. I'm gonna let Gemma play Warrior next. I think would be a really nice example. Yes, you can hear them. Fantastic. That makes it a lot easier. Because I don't want to play. I'm just conscious of time. I don't want to go too overboard. So I will send you the links for these videos if you want to see Nuffle react some more. But I'll let Gemma talk through Warrior.
Okay, so I'm going to let you see it in real time, and then I'm going to slow it down because it's the slowing it down that you start to see everything. His owners thought it was mouthing. Teenage dog thought he was a bit mouthy, but I just want you to see it in real time first because you'll probably look at this and go, yes, I've seen this many a times. Okay, so what actually happens is...
One second, Gemma.
Oh, they can't see it.
Lucy can't see it. Oh, Paul can see. Lorraine can see. Oh, sorry, Lucy. Apparently it's just you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So obviously, typical, we can see biting the lead, bouncing up and down, that bounciness that Danielle was talking about. What happens around here? Oh, sorry, just clicked it off. What happens around here is you'll see him freeze. There. Okay. Now, what has happened there is the leader's got caught under his armpit there, but it actually falls back out. And what happens next, if I can make it do it, if I can catch it, is I want you to see his facial expressions when this is happening, because that's when he goes straight to try and get his owner. And I don't know if I can actually get it to go. Let me see if I can catch it. Let's just keep pausing. Trying to get it at the right time. Right.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. When I actually, and I'll probably miss it because my timing's not very good on this, but we have actually, and I don't think I can bring it back either, is actually, it's quite difficult to see, but he has actually got, he starts with curling his lip right up. We have like a full nose, all front teeth are shown. I do have a good photograph of it somewhere, but I'm not sure. Will I be able to show a photograph, do you think, of
You
it?
can share your screen, yeah.
Yeah, let me show you the photos of it because that would be easier for me to show you exactly what I'm talking about, because this is where it was like, okay, this is not mouthing at all.
This is an angry boy.
Yeah.
And we have another angry boy to show you as well.
Okay, let me just bear with me a second. No, I don't have them. Never mind. Right, okay. Do you have them, Danielle, that I sent to you?
Are they on the slides?
Oh, they might. I don't think so.
Then no.
Okay, never mind. Well, basically what we're looking at is that Warrior got a very, very, very angry when he was doing this. And we got very, I can't do it on that, sorry. I can't slow it down. But where basically his full teeth were like this, nose was curled right up. We had a full-on angry face. And it wasn't mouthing, he was chomping. He was full-on getting her whole arm in there and chomping hard. What is interesting to know about Warrior is Warrior actually needs to have, I haven't done him as a case study because we have just started working with him and he's having a lot of medical tests. He needs 2 hip replacements. Warrior is only just coming up to 1 year old. And what actually happened and what we knew about him is that he was doing this behavior, well, not doing this behavior, but doing this behavior to actually stop walks. He wouldn't walk up until he was 9 months old. So she'd take him out and he would only go so far and this behavior would happen. So basically his owner had literally become a little bit of an emotional punch bag for him to help regulate himself. So this is why I was saying it can sometimes be directed at the owner, because he's relying on the owner to relieve his feeling of frustration. And it wasn't happening. And it wasn't happening quick enough. And you can hear there's kids playing in the background and stuff, which was probably triggering him as well. And this has become a nice little pattern of a coping mechanism for him. And this is something that's kind of carried on. Now he does it the opposite way round. From 9 months, he started to actually enjoy his walk with a lovely trainer and really enjoy going out with her. So now he does this when he doesn't want to turn away and go home. Okay. Bearing in mind that the history of Warrior is that he has done it so bad because he is a big dog. He has done it so much to the owner that he actually did break 2 of her fingers and her glasses once, that she had to call someone to come pick her up because she couldn't actually move because he was on top of her. So we have got pain in there, frustration of wanting to be in making to go on a walk. And this was mislabeled as just mouthing and adolescent, big puppy mouthing. And it really, really wasn't. And if I can find any of the photos later on, I'll try and bring them up. But that is basically what it looked like. And it's probably one that you've all seen somewhere. Seeing it in real time, it's probably a really common one. So if you do get any video of it and slow it down to see what's underlining, because that really told me, I was like, this is not mouthing. This is angry. I want this, I'm got to relieve myself of this. So yeah, really interesting.
Yeah, it's really important with these cases that we try and figure out what it is that the dog needs at the time. Some of them need to go home. Some of them need a relief. Some want to go and do something. So it's trying to figure out, okay, what do you need in this situation? How can I help you? So we can help them work through. I'm going to show you let's see, Gunner. Actually, let's see if I can find Gunner on here. Because Gunner is lovely. So these are very short videos, and there's 3 of them. So Gunner is a Great Dane. He is a lovely boy, but he is a frustrated boy. obviously, because it is a frustrated webinar. So this is again what frustration can look like. So here he is. He is owned by a wonderful vet who is very small. So he has a harness, he has a head collar, because he is big and he is bouncy. We can now walk him without his head collar, which is wonderful, and he's doing great. But this is that stiffening up that you see. And then shortly, we're going to see a little bit of bouncing coming from him. The dog's there. Or is this not the bouncing one? Oh, it's not the bouncing one. Hold on. Let me find the bouncing one. But it's that stiffening up that lets you know that they're like, oh, there's something there. There's something there that I need. This is the one. So this is the intent focus. This is partway through our plan, and that's the bouncing. So let that play again for you. This is when he's about 3 months into his plan after working on control. And this is what I want people to start to have a look at when they're dealing with frustration, is you get that intense, and if you've got a dog that is reactive towards other dogs on lead, I'll just let you prepare for it, this is the bouncing that I mentioned. There it is. It's very much like a kangaroo hop. And what you also find with frustration, this is what I will ask to all of our clients when we're in consultations together, is what does your dog do once you move past whatever it is that they're reacting to? If you have a dog that is really frustrated and they want to go and say hi to the other dog, or they want to chase the other dog away, when the dog moves past, you'll get an explosion. You'll get a huge frustration burst, and they'll bounce and lunge, and as the dog moves past, it'll get worse, and they'll almost try and drag the owner backwards, because now the dog is moving even further away, whereas before they were moving closer. So they're getting frustrated that they can't get to it fast enough. And now they're like, now I can't get it because the dog's moving away, and they tend to explode. Whereas if you have a dog that is on the more fearful, anxious route, and they're frustrated that they can't get away, you tend to see them bounce and react. As the dog moves past, their intention is on moving forward and on getting away from the situation. So knowing what happens after they move past can help you work out how much frustration is there. Because once the dogs realize that they can't get to what they want, they will have a huge frustration burst. And you'll see them kind of explode and look back. And if you're seeing lots of that in your case, that's a way for you to go, okay, we need to do some frustration work before we can really deal with anything else, because we've got to get that frustration under control to see what else is underlying. And then we can figure out, okay, why is the dog frustrated? Is it because they are scared and they're a breed that like to run at? They've got that fight maker. So the ones that like to run at and investigate something, or they need to run at to chase it away. Or are they ones that are just really, really excited and they want to go and say hi and they can't? So we need to work out what's going on, but we need that frustration under control first. Because if we get a really frustrated, high aroused dog to go and say hi to another dog, it generally doesn't end very well, even if the dog's friendly. Because by the time they see the dog, some of them can get quite angry and they can get no snap, or the other dog will go, that's really rude, I'm not playing with you. And because we've already got a frustrated, angry dog, they then get angry and go, well, why don't you play with me? And we end up in those kind of tense situations. So we want to make sure that we reduce those arousal levels before we start to do any other work, and we reduce those expectations of being able to say hi to other dogs. Gemma?
Absolutely. I have found those photos, by the way.
Hey.
I found the photos of him. Let me just see if I can share my stuff.
So while you do that, we have a question.
Oh.
Where do dogs with a high DS fit into this pattern? It depends on where they fit on the DS scale. So for those that don't know, that's a Lincoln questionnaire-based one that lets you know. So usually if they've got a very high DS, they're the ones that explode. So they're the ones that like, I can't cope with things. If they've got a lower one, they tend to be able to tolerate, and we should be able to help them regulate a bit more. But the DS scale is a really, really useful thing. I don't use it too much in my work, but have a look at Hannah Wright, Sean Ryan, Kevin McPeak, and of course Daniel Mills stuff. They explain it a lot more detail. That's what Helen Zulk's life skills puppy stuff all kind of helps. But if you've got a high DS scale, then it's usually a dog that is up there that needs a lot of extra work to help them calm down, because that's, with frustration, we're not sure yet with the research whether it's something that is a personality trait that's fixed for life or whether it's something that can be changed. In my experience, even dogs that are highly frustrated, the trait can still change as they start to learn control. So they're always going to be a dog that gets easily frustrated, but they can calm themselves down. Does that help answer your question, Rosemary? I hope so.
Can you see that?
Nope.
No. It's not allowing me.
Oh no.
It's okay. Right. You see that?
It's loading.
Okay.
So progress. Hey, there we go.
Yes. So that video, this is exactly the same screenshots from the same video that you saw of Warrior, but obviously when you're watching it in real time, we don't see any of this. And this is basically it slowed down. Oh, hang on a second. I've lost them again. Can you see that?
Nope, need to bring it back. We can see your Facebook.
I'm trying to find it. It just clicked off. Oh, why did it do that? That's annoying.
I have no idea.
Oh, it's not allowing me to.
Okay.
Oh, it's not allowing. You got a glimpse of him anyway.
Yeah. So we're going to do another couple of slides, and then we're going to take some questions and have a little bit of a toilet break for everyone. And then maybe Gemma can find the
It's okay. We saw him anyway. You get the idea.
Angry face.
Angry face that you don't see in the real video.
Yeah. So what we want to have a look at is what's their go-to move. And their go-to move is a really important for all reactive dogs to know what it is that they do when they get hijacked. And we will see this a lot in dogs. And it's if they are absolutely pushed, what will they do? Now, we know that all dogs have the ability to bite. However, there are some that no matter how stressed they get, they tend not to. So I knew that my collie, Junior, his go-to move was always bite, and he would bite hard, which is why he got me into dog behavior in the first place. My husky Defa would avoid, but if he was absolutely pushed, then he would snap. He'd never bitten anyone. But if he did snap, or when he did do like the husky grab thing where they're like, get off, it's always very soft. He had really good bite inhibition. So his go-to move would be to avoid. Worst case scenario, he would have a little bit of a snap. But at the vets and things like that, he would just kind of shut down a little bit and just kind of go into himself and kind of grumble, and he might kind of growl. But his go-to move wasn't to go out. It was kind of go within himself. Holly, my late Labrador, she was a fawn. So her go-to move was, hide and just pretend to love everyone. So knowing which of these is really, really important from a safety perspective and from a welfare perspective and public safety as well. It's what are the dogs going to do? Now, those that have had a traumatic experience, they will tend to find that their go-to move, and this is based on human science rather than dogs, but I have seen it in dogs, there just isn't the science for it yet, is their go-to move tends to be the one that the body wishes they would have done in the situation that would have saved them. So you see this a lot in humans where if they froze in the situation, they tend to have a very fight or flight situation. You see the same thing with dogs. Others, if they fought and they got hurt, they'll tend to have a freeze. And in a traumatic situation, this is something that is resistant to extinction, which means that it will always be there. We can't train it out of them. It's an ingrained emotional response. So it's really important for us to be aware of what their go-to move is, because we can't change that. It's always going to be there. We can teach them coping strategies, we can teach them alternative behaviors, we can teach them other things to do, but we can't destroy that one. because it's a reflex reaction. It's not an operant behavior. Just like people, if you go to one of the kind of spooky kind of houses around Halloween and you've got the actors that jump out with you, some people, when they get jumped out, will kind of scream, others will run, others will lash out and almost hit the actors. You can't control what you do in that initial situation because it's your conditioned emotional response. And it's really important to be aware of what is under a dog's cognitive control and what isn't, especially when it comes to emotions and arousal. The ability to form emotional associations linking these events is what kind of forms those conditioned emotional responses. And sometimes they can be maladaptive for pets. And if they are scared all the time, so if you have a dog that has had trauma, some of them can get very, very shut down. Others become overreactive to everything. So they have a very heightened state. Their innate alarm system is just on active all the time, and they just react to everything all the time, even stuff that isn't, because they're just in that state. So being aware of their go-to move in these situations is really, really important. Do you have anything to add, Gemma?
No, that was a good explanation.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. So I like to talk about trauma in all of my stuff because it's a really important topic. It's the reason why we do the trauma conference every year, because if they feel threatened and they've had trauma, a lot of our reactive dogs are reactive because it's a trauma response. They've usually had trauma sometimes in their life, whether it's developmental trauma, whether it's repetitive trauma as a puppy, whether it's attachment trauma. There's so many different kinds, but being aware that sometimes their reactions are emotional trauma triggers. They're not necessarily under cognitive control. And that's why teaching this emotional regulation can really help, because if we do the breathing exercises with the dogs, if we teach them relaxation, we help from a trauma perspective as well. So even if it's a dog that is scared or has had trauma, we can help them through that. We just have to be aware that if they're triggered, they're going to go back to that reaction, because that's a memory, it's a flashback. We can't do anything about it, but we do need to kind of move forward. So aversive situations can result in the activation of the sympathetic nervous system, which prepares them fight and flight. This is what the meerkats are essentially about. So our innate alarm system, our amygdala. Whenever you see my meerkat, which we'll go to a bit more, is I basically want people to kind of think about the emotional brain as meerkats that will hijack your dog and make them do stuff. And we have to control the meerkat before we can help our dogs. So this is just some stuff and some references for you to kind of have a look through if you're interested in that sort of thing. But it's just to be aware that there are some dogs that have been through trauma that will have a heightened response or will get frustrated easier because they don't know what to do in the situation, because nothing that they've done before has worked properly. Managing arousal levels. This is huge. So before we go into arousal, because we've got lots of science in arousal, I'm going to let everyone have a quick break. So if everyone has a toilet break for about, if we do like 5-10 minutes, is that okay for everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Grab yourself a drink, go to the toilet, and then we'll ask some questions about what we've just discussed before moving on to the science of arousal. We've got some nice graphs and pretty pictures and things to show you. So I will turn my camera off. We'll meet back here at 22. Go to the toilet, grab yourself a brew, and think of some questions. And we will answer your questions in 10 minutes. Okay, let's see some questions. Either type them, and then we'll do them once Gemma is back. Or if you're brave enough, unmute yourself on your mic and ask, because we want it to be informative, and we're nice and friendly. So don't be scared. Or if everything's made sense so far, brilliant, because it's going to get into a bit more detail, and then we'll do some case studies. This is where I'm like, does anyone have questions? Or is everyone just not there? Oh, Rosie, thank you. Impulse control boxer male with an implant, nice. With high score for impulse control and aggression. Improving a house with visitors, but on lead. It's awful. Lunges, barks. Okay, how old is he? He's 4, okay. We have some exercises coming up that'd be really useful, because boxers in general, love them, are very excitable. They're highly bouncy, and they do struggle a lot with a frustration tolerance. I tend to find that they're really good with self-control. So you can ask them to do stuff and they're like, oh yeah, I can do this. But then when you introduce a barrier of some description or a lead, they really struggle. So it's going back to kind of basics of having them on a lead and having something out in front. Can they relax the lead and control themselves? Can they move on from that to you can't have that and you can't have this, to you can't have that, you can't have anything? But at 4, this is the age where all the skills, if they've got them in place, start to slot together. So we need to make sure that he's got those foundation skills in place. And then we're giving him, as Gemma mentioned earlier, that transition time where he's allowed to figure it out for himself in safe contexts, in little mini doses, because we don't want to flood him, but we want him to experience. So it's like gradual exposure therapy. We want him to experience a little bit of frustration and deal with it, and something good happen. So the good thing can either be he gets a reward or play, or the good thing can be he gets the relief from the frustration. So if you've got a dog where you're doing like lead work and parking, where they're frustrated that they're not doing anything, and then they go, oh, fine, I'll just settle down. The relief of the frustration going is still a reward. It's an emotional reinforcer for them. So that's still a good thing. So we need to kind of do that in very kind of small doses with them. You also want to look out and see, are there any signs of pain or discomfort with the main boxer? Are there any hip issues, any knee issues, anything that could just be exacerbating it a little bit more? Obviously, we need to know a lot more about the dog, but in general, these are the sorts of things to look for. Gemma, anything you'd like to add?
Again, just reiterating what you've just said, taking it right back, and actually, what point can he not do anything on the lead? What point can he do it? Really, baby steps. That's the thing that with this is baby steps to help that transition period, because it's usually the duration of time that things, the exposure or what he sees or what is triggered, is he triggered as soon as he goes out. But yeah, so this is again just taking it all right back. Can he, if he's improving in the house with visitor distractions, can he cope with distractions, mild distractions? Starting there with real mild distractions. Can we transition to a garden? Can transition just outside of the driveway or the gate or wherever they are?
Yeah. Sometimes I find writing the distraction list down can be really useful, because then you've got a list of your distractions. And if, for anyone that's really good at clicker training and shaping and breaking down those criteria, if you're unsure how to break down criteria, have a look at Karen Overall's relaxation protocol. It's fantastic to help you learn how to break down and how to introduce that kind of the timescales and things in there, because duration is a frustration tolerance exercise. Delayed gratification is a frustration tolerance exercise. So can they do it? Great. Can they do it for a little bit longer? Can we get 30 seconds? Can we get 40 seconds? Have a look at what distractions they're at, the things that they're struggling with. How can you break that down into small increments that you can almost do as a tick box for clients? Whether, okay, he can do this. Can he do this? Great. Can he do it for this length of time? Great. Can he do it if someone's eating a packet of crisps, if someone's throwing a ball, if there's something smelly in the air, if there's neighbors having a barbecue? It's having a look at how you can utilize the situations that they're in to help them cope in these situations. And if they're struggling, how can you help them manage it? So other sniffing exercises you can do. Can they do anything that's kind of calming? Try to avoid using toys when you're helping to calm them down. But for frustration control, winding up and bringing down can be really useful. And we've got some videos and explanations coming up later in the day for those.
Yeah, definitely sniffy stuff. And when you're using the kind of like going to sniff or to track something, you don't particularly need food or toy for that, because the environment's the reward.
Yeah.
But definitely stripping everything back and tiny steps, because we chunk it together. I think we go, like we said, the transition period, we go from, right, the dog can do it in the house, let's go outside. But there is a transition period between in-house and outside that needs working on to get outside calmly.
Yeah. Sometimes it's the front garden, sometimes the back garden. Sometimes outside the actual house is too much and they need to go and find a secure field. So if you've got a dog that's a little bit territorial or a little bit too frustrated because the front garden leads into somewhere major, it's okay, can we go and do this in a secure field where there's no other things around? Can we do it there? Can we then start to make that more exciting? Can we then have another dog? Sorry, Gemma, I jumped in.
No, that's great. Yeah, absolutely. It's break it. How can you make that criteria easier so that it can be successful? You know, I was speaking to someone just the other week about a dog that's frustrated every time he smells an entire male, and how to break that criteria down. Because he's getting on along well with one male, it's not transitioning to all males. So I was like, okay, the scent of an entire male urine. Let's work with exercises around that smell of, that's the initial trigger if there's one around that he doesn't know. So how can you break that criteria down? Because with frustration, you don't want to rush it, because the minute that they get that negative feeling, it kind of puts you back a bit.
Yeah. We've got another question, Paul. Is the emotional response the same when comparing a dog getting frustrated through, say, a stimulus or restriction, the same as emotional response from a dog who can't carry out their innate drive, such as car chasing? Yes. Yeah, because it's the innate, it's the unconscious thing of what the dogs need to do in that situation. So with the car chasing collies, is they have the conditioned emotional response, but they also have the impulsivity. So they're not able to see something move and not chase it, which is where things like sheep ball can really come in handy for some of these dogs, because it's teaching them to see movement and not response. So getting them to auto sit to movement is a really useful thing. So can they control themselves with something moving and kind of stay still and watch it and focus and get that calmness down, which is in them, because with collies they're bred to be able to react to movement, but to be able to control themselves so they can work effectively as a working sheepdog. So it's a, can they bring it down? But that emotional response will be there regardless of the breeding in different ways. Once they've kind of got it, it's then, can we build it out? And if we can keep the dogs calm, they're less likely to have an emotional response, because the emotion currently is calmness. So if you've got a dog whose arousal levels are down here, when they see something, their emotional trigger is going to gradually increase. Whereas if you've got a dog that's kind of really aroused and overwhelmed just in general, their conditioned emotional response will kind of hijack them through the roof a lot quicker. Whereas if you can work on the calmness, you'll see their emotional response start to come down until they're at a point where they're like, actually, I'm nice and calm, and they don't get hijacked as much, because the emotional response doesn't need to, because it's no longer a trigger for them. Does that make sense?
And also, Paul, it's the same with ourselves. Think of yourself if you've got a need that needs to be met and you're prevented from doing it. And sometimes that can just be like routine changes or things unexpected coming up. It's not easy to bring it down when it's something that you're not expecting, you can't play out. So the same with the innate drives that they feel like they have to act out in that moment for whatever has triggered that motor pattern. They're not just going to get over it really quickly. Might take them 20 minutes to get over it, because it ruffles your feathers then, doesn't it? If something's been put out your face, you're like, oh, I don't feel right because I haven't been able to do what I normally do. So absolutely, yeah.
Hannah's mentioned about a lab who gets so excited and frustrated wanting to greet her. Think all the associations of positiveness. Yeah, he loves you too much. Usually have to hide and direct from a distance. Okay, what I tend to do with these dogs is, and we've got a slide on this later on, is when you've got an excited, frustrated dog, is it safe for them to get what they want? If it's safe for them to get what they want, we can let them get what they want, but we want a little bit of something. So what I do is I've got a wonderful bearded collie who, whenever she sees one of either me or one of our rehab trainers, she's like wiggly. I'm like, oh my God. So what we've been doing with her is if she sees us at a distance, we wait for a little bit of calmness. So anything that kind of shows that she has tried to regulate herself a little bit. So as soon as she stops wiggling or she has a little bit of looseness on the lead, nothing bigger than that, she's then allowed to run to us and greet us. She then goes back to her owner. So usually her owner runs with her. She goes back to her owner. We stay where we are, and then we wait for her to regulate herself a little bit more, and a little bit more, and we get to the point in about 5 minutes where she's then able to calm herself down, check in with mum, and walk on a loose lead all the way. And we get that kind of anticipation building up in her, but she's regulating herself. And each week she gets better and better and faster at it because she's allowed to get what she wants, but she has to show a little bit of control. And there are some dogs where if they don't get what they want straight away, they can't cope with it. So doing the you can't have that and you can't have this exercises is too much too quick and they can't cope with it. So if it is safe to let them have what they want, go, okay, you can have this, but you've got to show me just a little bit of control and then run and you can get it. And then, okay, now they've said hi, it's kind of reduced their frustration because they've said hi to you. You take them back and then, okay, can you show me a little bit more control? So can you loosen your lead a little bit? We're not looking for stays or anything like this. We're not really prompting them. We're just seeing, can they just show any control? And by control, I mean, can they loosen the lead? Can they breathe a little bit slightly? Can they just step back a little bit? And then it's okay, now can they do these things? Can they check in or just glance towards mum? Anything that shows that they're trying to pause and think in the situation will get them what they want. And then we go, okay, can you do this a little bit longer and a little bit more? Let's get a bit more control. Now can you sit? Now can you take a step forward until you can have that, yay, there's someone there. I'm going to walk on a nice loose lead to go and see them. But it's a nice game to play early on in the session that gives them a little bit of control. And the more they practice it, the more they're regulating themselves and they're working that muscle and they get faster and faster and better at it. But these are dogs that you have to look at the amount and go, is it safe for this dog to get what they want in this situation? So there's sometimes with some dogs where it's safe to go, yeah, if you control yourself a little bit, we can run and go and say hi to this other dog. But we have to make sure that both dogs are okay in this situation and they are friends. If they're not, then we want to go, okay, you can't and you have to deal with something else. And we've got to find some other way to help them regulate themselves. Does that make sense?
Hannah, I'm working with a Husky Cross Malamute at the minute that I've just gone through this with. That literally gets so excited when he sees people. He jumps up and down. He humps. He does everything. He and if you for 1 second ignore him, he will then climb up. Like if you're sat down, he'll literally sit right on your shoulders. Can you imagine how big he is? He will literally sit on your shoulders and paw your head and literally, oh, you can imagine that Husky Malamute song right in your ear until you pay him attention. So we've been literally breaking down that criteria similar to what Danny's just said. So he is on lead and everything. All he had to do was give eye contact. That's what we worked with. He gave eye contact when his owner asked for it, not his owner saying, watch me. We did a lot of kind of look at things, feed before this. So when she said his name, he automatically looks at her anyway. That was nice and easy. And then it was like, okay, you can go say hi for a few seconds. But you're not going to go say hi and fully have that going to the point of no beyond. You are going for 1, 2, 3. Have your fuss for 3 seconds. Now we're going to come out and see if you want to have this snuffle box, or this is what now you want to come and do this. Let's try it again. Can you now sit? Can you look at me a bit longer? And we're going to go get you a fuss again. Literally by the second time, he didn't want to come near me. He was like, yeah, I've got it out my system now and I'm not bothered. Last session I went to them, he literally came up to me, sniffed me, wagged his tail and walked off. So after a few sessions, he did get the hang of it, and they've just been quite consistent with everybody doing it. Yeah. So yeah, giving them a little bit of what you want, but control it.
Yeah.
Safely. Yeah.
Yeah. And for the other questions that are in there, it's very much similar stuff. So Lorraine, with your, I love the sound of a crescendoing GSDs as you got on a journey. That must be wonderful and mildly annoying. So it's giving them a little bit of stuff, but practicing and breaking it down. It's difficult in vehicles, and it depends on your own mobility and things as well, as to whether you can go, okay, can we just hang out in the car for a little bit without going anywhere? Can we drive around the corner, get out and walk back? And then walk back to the car, get in. So it becomes a mundane type thing. Sometimes when dogs get excited in the vehicles, they wind themselves up. So it's giving them shorter journeys where you can, or if they sing too much, pulling over and go, okay, we're not moving until you shut up. But it's working on how to break down these things to a point where they can control themselves, and having a look at the reasons why they're doing it. And if they're okay individually and they wind themselves up together, seeing if they do the same thing in other situations. So if you're in the house and you're training one, can you train them both in the same room? Can you have one stationing on a sofa or on a bed as you train the other one? Can they do that? And it's seeing, can the dogs work independently of each other as well as together? Because sometimes they will just wind each other up. So if it's a relationship thing with a dog, it's trying to get them to do more things together in aroused states and see if they can calm each other down rather than wind each other up. And we're going to do a lot on arousal on these sort of patterns. So Gillian, we'll come back to your implant one if you remind later, if that's okay, because that one's a bit more complicated to answer right now. Gemma, do you have anything to add before we?
Sorry, I was just looking at Gillian's question on there. Did you see it further up?
Yeah, that's one that I want to come back to because it's a bit more.
Yeah, that's the one I was just reading. So
yeah, I was like, so remind me about that one, Gillian, please. And because we'll come back to that, because implants are a good topic, because when you're dealing with frustrated boys, in particular, the implant can work wonders for the right dogs, because it just takes the frustration away and can take the hormones away, so you can see what's left underneath. So we're going to discuss arousal a bit more in detail, and arousal is often an unforgotten part of training, and we want to keep the dogs in an area where they can still perform. And it baffles me how many people don't see the Yerkes-Dodson bell curve. So I've got lots of little diagrams and graphs in everyone for you. Because it's important to manage their arousal levels, because arousal will improve performance, but it will also ruin it if it gets too high. And it can increase their memory and task, which is ideal for operant learning. So when you're doing an operant-based thing, making sure that you've got dogs that are in that kind of peak arousal where their performance is excellent is fantastic. If it's not there enough or it's over the top, then you're not going to get very far. So this is the concept of arousal, is basically what we've gone through. So I'm going to skip this slide, but this is a very cute cockapoo. And it just brings together everything that we're talking about. And here's our little graph. So I'm hoping some of you have seen this before. If you haven't, that's absolutely fine. This is very old science. It's, well, I mean, it's from the 90s. I think the earliest stuff was around 60s. So you've got Yerkes, Dobson, and Hobbs. They all did it in slightly different ways. We've got the next graph on the next page. And this is essentially a bell curve of arousal. This is something that I want everyone to kind of bear in mind. So whenever you're seeing thresholds, any kind of images, a lot of it is based on this research, sometimes unknowingly by the trainer. So you've got arousal level is along the bottom. There it is. Increase in performance here. So as the arousal increases, you get an optimum level, which is here, which is where you get the dogs that are peak performance. So this is similar to yourselves when you're kind of in the zone and you're working. And when we're training our dogs, we can have a bit where you're like, everyone's focused and they're working and they're doing amazing, but that can deplete. So if we're not having regular breaks, then they kind of go over the top and then they tend to shut down. They start to forget, their memory starts to go, and we see them kind of just go, I can't think anymore. So we want to make sure that the arousal kind of stays on this side, that we go up to optimum level, we do a few repetitions, and then we have a break so they can calm themselves down a little bit, have a drink of water, do a couple of sniffy exercises, which is why in training classes, a lot of us will kind of recommend, we'll do a couple of exercises, then we'll have a break. Give your dogs a sniff break, give them a surge break. This is why, because we're getting the sniff in to help reduce those arousal levels, because sniffing will reduce heart rate. Have a look on the studies on sniffing and heart rate. It's brilliant. Again, if you don't follow dog tags on Facebook, Pat Tag has some great stuff on arousal levels and sniffing and olfactory research. So we want to make sure that we're staying on this side. If we're too far at the bottom, we've got a dog that's asleep if they're on this side, or shut down if they're on this side. Here's where they're kind of starting to wake up on the listing. We've got our optimum peak. So an optimum peak and back down. And this is between arousal and performance. And on the next graphs, I'll try and go this through everyone. So we've got comas, sleep, increasing alertness, optimal level, emotional disturbance where they get over-aroused, disorganization, frenzy, and panic. I often will put shut down here as well. If you've got a dog that is over the top, then they're just like, I can't do it anymore. And then they'll just sit. So sometimes you'll see this if you're doing full day type workshops with dogs, where you get towards the end of the day and the dogs are just like, I can't do this anymore. I had this experience with my own dog, Nuffle. We were on a scent workshop and he was like, he plods along doing his own little thing. And then we did like a little scent thing, and then he went back and then he just lay down and just went to sleep. And he's like, I'm done. He's like, I've done what I needed to do. I'm too tired. I'm going. And he just decided that that was it for the day. So making sure that we monitor them and we're aware of what our dogs can do is really important. It's also listening to them. So if they start to get a little bit dozy and go, I can't work anymore, let our dogs say no, because they need to be able to know that they have an escape. Otherwise they can get a little bit wound up. We've got performance levels here for different stuff. So we've got an illustrative task and the simple task and a complex task. So what we know is if you've got low performance, you get better at different tasks. So arousal levels, you need a decent amount of arousal to get a difficult task done. And it's one that's very quick. So those of you that do agility, if you can get your dogs worked up and focus really quickly, they can do really, really well. And then they lose it really quickly because they can only focus at that level for a short amount of time. Whereas if it's simple tasks, so repetitive type stuff, some of the assistance dog tasks work, snuffling and searching and tracking, it's a lot longer. So we've got this nice graph over here. So it's just being aware that there is science behind a lot of this stuff. And this, yes, it's based performance in people, but it transfers really nicely into dog stuff that you will see in your classes, in your own dogs, about where they are on their own little arousal scales. And to help everyone, I've done a little bit of a graph that you'll see next that's all about kind of where they are. So it's having a look at how you can help the dogs. So arousal, sometimes using cues and prompts can help reduce arousal because you can like, okay, just sit, just lie down. Sometimes cues can make them get too excited because like, oh my God, we're doing the thing. Anyone that knows about like stimulus discrimination when you're doing a shaping exercise, if you've got a dog that doesn't have things on high stimulus discrimination, they'll just start throwing everything at you. They're like, look, I can give you a paw, I can spin, I can sit, I can lie down, I can do this, I can twist, I can do, and you're just like, whoa, just stop. Because the dogs just get so excited so quickly, they just start throwing everything at you and then they burn themselves out really quickly. So having little cues where you can go, just break, are you ready, settle down, can really help to kind of manage those arousal levels so we get the best performance from our dog and the most optimum learning in that time. Because if it's either side, if they're not aroused enough or they're too aroused, it inhibits learning and their memory goes and they can't do anything, which is really difficult to explain to our clients when we've got sessions, because quite often our one-to-one sessions are an hour. We know full well that dogs can't work for an hour. So we tried to have a little bit of a talk in the middle. You then get to work and okay, let's have a break and then work. And sometimes you have to call sessions short, which tends to frustrate people because they've paid for an hour. So it's trying to explain to them that there's no point doing these things because their dog is at a stage where they can't learn or remember anymore because their arousal levels have depleted. So it's making sure that you've got regular breaks. So a little bit of something and then a break, a little bit of something and a break, and use those breaks to practice the calmness. So go, okay, let's have a little bit break. Let's see if they can settle. Can they relax and calm themselves down? So even though you're letting them switch off, you're giving them that time to see, can this dog regulate itself? We've done some work. Can they stop? Let's do a bit more work. Can they stop? So we're staying on that side of that bell curve. Does that make sense so far? And this is roughly what it looks like in dog language. For some reason, we've cut off Holly and Guinness's and Nuffle's head just at the top, because PowerPoint likes to do that. So on this side, we've got my husky, well, my late husky, who is asleep. He's a dog that can't perform. He's not going to do his best because he's asleep. And if you ask him to do something in that stage, you'll get the dog equivalent of a middle finger. We then have Nuffle here. We've got Nola, Heidi, another Nuffle. And this is where they're starting to. So these two are in rehab sessions. This is Nuffle about to go out on some assistance dog duty. And this is him just kind of, we're doing some fun step stuff. This is where they're starting to get aroused, but they're still kind of on that calmness. And this is where, if you're doing any desensitization type work and relaxation exercises, this is where you want them to be. You want them to be alert, but not sensitized. You want them to be aware of things in the environment, but they're not high enough to explode at them. So you're at a distance, or they're in an area where they feel safe enough to just kind of sit and watch the world go by. So for the kind of rehabilitation work that I do, this is where I want dogs to spend the most of their time. So with the reactive dogs I work with, I never wanted to look like we're actually training a reactive dog. I wanted to look like we're having a nice picnic or a nice chilled out time reading a book. If we're doing work where we actually want the dogs to think, so if we're training a task, we're doing the frustration tolerance exercises, we're teaching them some evasive maneuvers or watch me, this is where I want them to be. And in these pictures, you essentially have wide mouth, bright eyes, alert ears. So they're all kind of going, hey. So you have similar pictures to this Bichon down here, but these three dogs, and I'm really sorry they're not there. You can see the bottom of Guinness's mouth. And there, so they're the dogs that are like, yes, we're up here, we're high, we're ready to work, but we're not goofy. This is Ollie. This is Ollie when he's gone past the point of arousal. When he gets too aroused, he will then just start rolling over and being a goofy, silly Labrador. So we don't want them to get to that point. We want to see them start to get to this bit where it's a bit of a goofiness, then go, okay, let's have a break and bring them back down to here. Otherwise, they go goofy, and then they go zoomy, and then they shut down and go, I'm not doing any work. So this is Holly. She's not shut down in the negative sense. We're not seeing like a shut down dog that's scared. We're seeing a dog that's like, I'm done for the day. I can't do it anymore. My energy is depleted. So when we're working dogs, we want to try and stay on this side of it. We don't want to see these sorts of behaviors. If we've got a scared dog or an anxious dog, we'll see similar things, but in different ways. So again, we've got low levels of fear anxiety. If we get too much, then we lose them. So we want to make sure that those arousal levels are staying low, regardless of the emotion that we're dealing with, because the higher the arousal, the higher the emotion. And that's where the trigger stacking effects will take hold and take away, and our emotional hijacking, our meerkats are going to get all involved and up in their dogs' faces, and our dogs can't think, our owners can't do anything, and it's a miserable time for everyone. Whereas if we can really work on these foundation relaxation exercises, it's the arousal levels here that we're really trying to control, because if we can control the arousal levels, we can control the emotion regardless of what it is that we're dealing with, because it's the arousal that kind of exacerbates everything. Does that make sense? Gemma, do you have anything that you would like to add?
Yeah, just the importance of bringing everything back to a baseline very regularly is the key to these cases. I think we go on a bit too long, and I know us as trainers, we can be the worst ones when we get excited and start seeing results.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, I can't remember who said it, but where you start saying to yourself, one more time.
Yeah.
Let's go again. Let's try that again. When you get to that point, you should have stopped 3 times before it.
Yeah.
So just bearing in mind that when it comes to frustration and this arousal level, it is about, okay, we do a little bit, that arousal lifts up a bit. Now we're going to come back to a baseline and we're going to process that.
Yeah.
Then we're going to come back and do it. And you'll find that the dog will do a bit better each time. It's when you know, humans like progression, and they like continual progression, and owners find this quite hard, I think, because we like results. Yeah. Right. And I think when we start getting results, we're like, right, we're ready for the next level. And instead of taking breaks, they keep adding on. So there's a lot of times where, especially like this is that transition period again that I keep going on about, but making sure that you're breaking criteria down and bringing it back to a baseline, even if you've just been a couple of seconds doing something. Because it will make your cases much more successful when it comes down to the arousal and frustration. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. And remember these for your owners as well, because they will be feeling this at the same time.
Yes.
And a lot of our owners, they want to do stuff, and this stuff is boring. It's tedious and it's really boring. And quite often I will apologize to people really early on and say, the next month is going to be really boring and really tedious because you're going to be doing a whole lot of what seems like nothing.
Mhm.
But it's huge for your dog.
Massive.
And it can sometimes take them a good 6 weeks or so of trying to figure out for themselves that they have to do nothing. And then they'll go, well, we did it for a few weeks and then we went and did this and then something bad happened. And then they'll kind of go back, and eventually once they get on board and they're like, yeah, we can do this relaxing. But for anyone that, I mean, lockdown has been great for helping people see this, because doing nothing is incredibly hard for people. A lot of us, we don't like to stop. We like to keep busy. So if we have to go and sit in our garden for 20 minutes with our dog on a lead, we also have to do nothing for 20 minutes, which can be huge for a lot of people, especially those that are neurodivergent, if they've got any kind of anxiety issues, sometimes mobility issues. And being stationary and not doing anything can be huge. So give people a task that they can do, whether it's counting how many times the dog's breathing, or ear twitches, tail wags, head turns, giving them a book that they can read, give them a quiz that they can do. Say, go and read a book, read a newspaper, do a quiz, have a picnic, take a cup of tea. I quite often use cups of tea as a way to kind of go and sit in the garden, have a brew, watch something on your phone for 20 minutes, have your dog in the room. And we need to focus on the humans in this bit as well, because if our humans can't regulate themselves and relax in the situation, our dogs are going to really struggle. So to help these dogs, we need to realize that most behaviors are driven by emotions. Not all. Most. I used to have this saying, all behaviors. I've learned since then. It's most behaviors, because some behaviors are innate, some are driven by hormones, some are driven by pain. So we need to be aware of the life cycle of the dog, the development history, the medical history, because some of these dogs have a medical condition that is making them do these things, or is exacerbating it and making it look more than what it actually is. We want to have a look at what emotions are present, which one do we think is driving the emotion. As I said, there can be more than one. This is where body language and observational skills can really help, because you can start to go, okay, how much tension in the body am I seeing? Where is the weight placed on the animal? Is it towards the shoulders? Is it towards the back? That'll give you an idea whether the animal is preparing to move forward or move back. The degrees of these emotions will depend on their bubble, which we're going to go through in a little bit of a minute. The reactions will alter, and they can depend on the emotional state of the animal, the learned experience, and the context. Making sure the animal can learn emotional regulation and control, in my opinion, is safer than suppression or teaching alternative behaviors. Because if we're masking it, so if we're suppressing it by using aversives, or if we're masking it by doing lots of alternative behaviors, is we're just teaching them other things to do. We're not actually dealing with the problem. And if the dog can't regulate themselves, they're always going to need that support, because they've never learned to do it on their own. And if the owner misses it or messes up, that can be dangerous for either of them. So it's really important to get that emotional regulation in place so the dogs can learn to manage themselves in these situations and not rely on someone else. The emotional state at the time, previous lineage and distance will affect their response. So as we've said earlier, and we've seen in the chat, sometimes the dogs can do it in this context and they can do it in this one, but they can't do it in this one. The context is huge. And every time you change context, the dog will have to relearn in that context, because they don't generalize as quickly as we do. They're very context specific learners. So we want to make sure that repetitive in different situations to really help them. And not all the reactions are choices. Some of them are very much hijacked by our little meerkat here. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail about life in bubbles because it's everywhere. Anyone that's seen my stuff will know about it. But essentially, it's all about the bubble and the personal space that your dog lives in. So you find there's 3 layers when you're working with these dogs. Your dog's in the center of their own bubble. This is where their meerkat lives. So if you want, imagine that the dogs have a meerkat that's on their collar and they're alert on sentry duty. If you've got a really chilled out, relaxed dog with a calm meerkat, the meerkat's asleep unless something happens that triggers it. So the dogs can manage themselves really, really well. Sometimes you have an alert meerkat that's kind of there and ready. Others have an active meerkat that's ready to jump in and hijack your dog at any given moment, sometimes a lot of the time. The green zone here is where your dog sees or hears a stimulus, but they're too far away that it's not a problem for the dog. So this is where a lot of our desensitization, our base foundation behaviors happen. It all happens around this base area here in the green. This is where we want them to start to learn, because it's a safe area. We have a calm meerkat, our dogs can learn, they can regulate their arousal levels. This is their reactive zone. So this is where something is starting to get too close, or things are getting too overwhelming that they're struggling to control themselves. They still have cognitive control at this point. They can still make a choice. If the thing continues, so if it gets closer or if the duration increases, they go into the red zone. This is where the hijacking will occur. And at this line here, this is their critical period. And what will happen is their frontal cortex, their ability to think, will start to shut down. Their hindbrain will start to become active. And then once that's all active, they will get hijacked and they can't control their reactions until they get far enough away or they're safe enough that the frontal cortex comes back online. And this is your fight and flight response that we mentioned. This is where it happens. And it's a physical thing. In psychology, it's known as top down to bottom up, where the top part of your brain, the frontal cortex, is in control. It shuts down, your bottom part comes up. And it's an emotional response. And that's what our meerkats represent, of which there are 5 main things that they will do. That just explains the 3 bubbles. You will see lots of meerkat things in the next few weeks as I start to launch our bigger meerkat things. But there are 5 meerkats that our dogs will have. In human psychology, there's a feint as well. We tend not to see feint too much in dogs. However, those that have any kinds of like epilepsy or idiopathic epilepsy, they can have focal seizure type things where they can have stress-induced medical things that will cause them to collapse or faint. So this is something to be aware of, because it may happen in some dogs, but it's not one of the major ones. We have fools. So fools are dogs that when they get stressed will just become idiots and they'll run around, they'll zoom it, and they're kind of like, they try and fix everything with play. We have fights who are going to get in there first. We have fawns who are very much the really kind of sulky, wiggly sort of dogs that are like, please leave me alone, I'm not a threat to you, but they tend to be very, very appeasing, very, very licky. Flight will try and run away, freeze tend to stiffen up. So whenever the arousal levels get too high, sometimes the emotions can get too overwhelming that they get hijacked, and then they go into this kind of fight and flight stage, and we'll see some of these behaviors. So being aware that we can recognize when this happens and what's going to happen, we'll really need to be aware of with our dogs. I'm sorry you can't hear anything, Hannah. Maybe it's the mobile. But it is recorded, so you can definitely catch up. So this is the diagram in more detail. So we want to make sure that when dogs are in their kind of bubbles, that they're feeling safe. Being safe, having their base all kind of prepared is really, really useful. We want to make sure that safety is paramount for these dogs, that we're looking into the emotional welfare of these animals, and we can keep their emotional state in mind. Often they can't do what they need to do at the time, so then the frustration will occur. So even though we're dealing with frustration, quite often when we see frustration, we're thinking dogs that are really excited and bouncy and giddy, as Hannah mentioned earlier with the Labrador. But sometimes it's dogs that are scared, where they're entering the fight and flight panic stage, but they can't do what it is that they want to do because they can't run away, they can't flight. Sometimes they can't fight because the leads, barriers, things are getting in the way, and the frustration can kind of build up, and then they end up in this kind of explosive rage. So we want to make sure that if we can control the arousal levels, we help to control their meerkat, regardless of which one we're dealing with. The arousal is the bit that kind of, what's the word when you something makes something worse?
Exacerbate.
It's, I want to say conduit, but it's not conduit. Catalyst, that's the one. Yeah, arousal is like the catalyst for a lot of these behaviors. If we can control the arousal, we're going to control everything else. So they're still going to be scared, anxious, frustrated, but it's not going to be as explosive. Adolescents will move between bubbles quite often, absolutely. And the bubbles will kind of expand and contract depending on the situations. So similar to us. So if you're in, say you're in a city centre and it's middle of the day and you see like a group of youths or a weird looking person, and you're like, it's middle of the day, it's lunchtime, lots of people around. You tend not to worry too much about it. You'll clock them on your radar, but you're not going to kind of take flight or run away. Whereas if you're in the same situation, but it's 11 o'clock at night, you're going to see them a lot sooner. Your reaction itself might change. You might decide to call someone. You might turn around. This tends to apply a little bit more to most women than men, unfortunately, just because of the experiences that we tend to have. So even though it's the same location, the only bit that's changed in the context is the time of day, which has changed our bubbles. So the same thing applies to dogs. So sometimes it's the time of day, it's the location. Have they had a good experience there before, a bad experience? Are they feeling well? That will affect their bubbles and how close they can get to things. And we'll all notice with dogs, especially if we're using treats as distractions, is that they will take food up to a point and then they don't take food anymore. And we've all heard it from our clients where it's like, well, they'll take food, but then they won't in this situation. And you're like, yeah, because they're in that zone now. They're in that fight and flight stage where they can't. Or you get the dogs that get snappy and they then start to go, give me the food. And they start to chomp and get really mouthy and try to just take all of it in. So it's being aware and trying to explain to clients of where these distances lie with their dogs and where those thresholds are. And I like to think of it in bubbles with our dogs at the center of their own bubble. So we can start to build all of that in. So frustration will affect this. Now I'm going to show you a video of Dot. Dot is lovely. But she is a dog that when she gets aroused, she will do a repetitive behavior. She's one of my current cases. So she's not a case study per se, because we've not finished the case. But it just gives you an idea as to what frustration can do when the dogs don't know what it is that they're supposed to do in a situation and they get aroused. So here is Dot. I'll just let you see that again. So this is every time she gets aroused, when those arousal levels get high, she can't cope, she will spin, and she will chew the base of her tail as well. And that is now her coping strategy. So she's under medical investigations and things as well, because there's other stuff potentially going on with her that we need to have a look at. Freddie, we're going to see. Warrior, we've already seen. I'm just aware of time and I don't want us to miss any of the good stuff. But when we look at repetitive behaviors like spinning and chewing, frustration is usually there because there's generally conflict going on in the animal. There's nearly always a medical element going on as well. But the first steps that we want to do is increase the kind of mental stimulation, but teach them those arousal control. Because if they can start to manage themselves, we can then start to teach them to redirect onto something else. This is a really good coping strategy for them at the minute. So let's teach them another coping strategy. And that's a good way to kind of start managing the situation until we can investigate deeper. High arousal can result in tunnel vision. I love this picture. We have all of our hounds here and we have our little fox in the middle. And the hounds are unaware that the fox is there because they're all kind of rearing and ready to go. So when we're supporting our dogs, we want to have a look at their base. This is brand new. This is only just being created for me. It's not launched yet. But base is all about these 4 things to help our dogs with arousal, frustration, and emotional regulation. So bonding. We want to make sure that the bonding with them and their owner is really, really good. We want to advocate for our dogs and make sure that we're keeping them out of situations that they can't cope with. And if people are trying to push it, that we're saying, no, your dog needs to stay away, or no, you can't touch my dog. We're just here relaxing, please stay away. We want to make sure that we're supporting them so the dogs are able to make the right choices in a situation and build confidence. So support isn't always kind of giving them a cuddle. Sometimes it can be. Sometimes support is similar to what I was doing with Spock in that first video, where I'm in the environment and I'm watching him and I'm going, can he cope on his own? It's almost like when you're teaching children to kind of rollerblade or ride their bike for the first time. You have to get to a point where you have to take your hands off and go, can they do it on their own? And they might make a mistake and they're going to learn from that. But you have to have them in that little experience where it might go wrong, but you've kind of done like damage limitation and you've kind of be in that little bit. So sometimes the support isn't always the hand holding. Sometimes it's the, okay, you need to be in this situation so you can experience it and know that you didn't die. One thing that Gemma and I have discussed in our mentorship group is she had a lovely dachshund that if you want to explain that, you can. Where every time they saw a dog, they would react and the dog would move away. So their only experience of the dogs was seeing them for this short session that exploded and the dog was moved. They never got to be in an environment where the dogs didn't leave. And that is so common for so many of our dogs, especially the lockdown ones, is they've not just sat in a field with a dog wandering around at the other side and being in a situation where they're like, oh my God, there's a dog over there. And then, oh my God, I didn't die. Like, oh wow, the dog's not actually doing anything. Why am I so scared? So sometimes you have to kind of let them be in a situation and experience it for themselves and realize actually you're safe. But it's making sure that we can set those situations up. So if they can't cope, we can get them out of there, but that we're 99% sure that give them 10 minutes and they'll be like, oh, nothing's happening.
Absolutely. And this is why working in the street as a first protocol is not always a great place to start with with dogs like this, because you are just going to get those novel 1 second, 2 second exposures to what it is they're finding frustrated, and you're not going to get them actually just spending time with that same dog in the background for God knows how long, and them realizing, like Danny said, they didn't die, everything was fine, and they're able to come out the other side of it. And taking your training straight into the street as a first starting point, that kind of wants to be like the end goal to be able to walk past people in the streets. So wide open spaces where things can stay in the background a bit longer.
Yeah, and that's what we mentioned earlier about with the lead for one of the questions, where sometimes we kind of need to go into a secure field or away from the street because the street itself is too much. They need to go somewhere where they can sit on a hill, sit on a bench, and just people watch and see these people and dogs moving around at a distance that basically the dogs are seeing them in their green zone. So it's not a threat to them, and they're able to just kind of go, oh, okay, they're just doing that. And they can see the scary thing, but they're not scared by it because they're nice and safe. Or the frustration isn't going to kick in because they're too far away that the cost benefit analysis of actually going forward and seeing the things isn't worth it. So it's taking into account all these different things to make sure that we're supporting our dogs so they can learn in the situations. We want to empathize with them and make sure that we know how they're feeling and we're taking that into consideration. So we want to make sure that we're seeing these calm, relaxed, happy dogs. You know, if they're getting a little bit aroused, give them a little bit of time to work through it. If they can, fantastic. If they can't, then we need to go back to where we were, but make sure that it's all graduated and that we're not putting dogs that haven't learned these skills into a situation, because then they're going to fail. They need to learn them and practice them beforehand.
I agree. In some situations, you might just be seeing the initial reaction over and over again and never seeing past it. You're always seeing that first end of it and not seeing the whole journey of that emotion, and it can, because of the environment that they're in trying to deal with. So it's looking at how you can help that to see, is this dog, is it just initial novelty that's setting it off, or can it actually get through it a little bit? Like, where can you actually take those first stepping stones?
Yeah, and it's a nice experience to go through, and hopefully if we do another one of these, we'll get some more videos where you can see the actual rehabilitation and the practical workshop that we've got planned around the country, all going to focus on these, of just watching the dog explore these emotions, but in a safe way. So we could see that kind of journey. We could see that bell curve and then go, oh my God, something. And then go, oh, okay, it's not exciting. And you kind of see them just do down, but you've got to give them the time to be able to do it. And often when we're out with our dogs and we're in the rehab fields and the dogs are barking, sometimes we don't do anything because they're not having like a major response because we've controlled that distance, but we're like, just wait. It's like, just give them seconds. And sometimes we like, just count to 30 and the dogs will be looking and they're like, oh, and then they'll suss it out and then they'll look back at them and go, oh, it's okay, isn't it? And you're like, yeah, because you've given them that time, because sometimes we're a bit too quick to get them out the situation. But there are some situations, as you said, where you need to. So it's really tricky to get the timing right.
And the owner, because you've got to also make sure that the owner is in the right space to kind of support them in that way, because they want to jump ahead and make it too quick. And and a lot of dogs have never ever gone past that initial stage ever, because you've got to think of most dog owners. If the dog starts behaving a particular way, the owner's going to react a lot of the time, and that becomes all part and parcel of it as well. And that then means the dog never ever goes past that initial kind of emotional burst.
Yeah, they're just taken away and they don't get to feel it, but we need to give them the skills that they can manage it. So I hope that's made sense for you, and we've got some cases and videos of how to do this coming up shortly. This is my little volcano. This is being redone because this is my interpretation of it, which is rubbish. But essentially, it's my bubbles kind of put into a volcano. So it's now, I've kind of put together like the Yerkes-Dodson graph into one. So we've got our greenness down here. So this is the base of the volcano where we're building up, we're getting them to relax. And this is where we want them to practice all this stuff. We want them to see these things and experience this arousal, but it has to be in their base area. The base camp has to be the safe zone where they can see these things and they're far enough away, or the thing isn't there for a long amount of time, that they can go, oh, there's something over there. Oh, it's okay. Oh, there's something over there. Oh, it's okay. And they can start to just have these little wins of it going up and down, but they're nice and safe. Everyone's nice and calm. They're not reacting. And then we can start to get forward a little bit and forward a bit. And the more you practice this at the base, what you find is the green bit starts to override the orange bit. And we start to get nice green bit on here. And the dogs don't get sensitized because they're regulating themselves in these little steps each time. So it's a dog out for a little bit of distance they can control for like 5 seconds, or it's a stationary one. And then we move up again. And then we come back down. And then we move up again. So it's all managing those arousal levels for our dogs. And that's kind of a little diagram to help do that. Oh, apparently I sound like I'm speeded up. Can everyone hear me okay? I do talk quite fast, so maybe it's just my talking voice. Okay, it's play for Paul. Sorry, Hannah. So we're doing these things. We want to be aware of what it is that we're teaching. So a lot of the times we're looking at things like settle exercises, we're looking at sniffing things. Sometimes we're doing find it exercises, watch me exercises, check-ins. And we want people to be aware of the difference between the operant counter conditioning and the classical counter conditioning. So if we're doing like a differential reinforcement type thing where we're saying, let the dog look at something and they do something and we reward them, yes, we're building up a classical association, but it's the operant thing. That comes next. First of all, we want the classical stuff in first. So we just want to pair the associations. So we want the desensitization there if we can, where we've got our nice calm dogs. Then when they see this scary thing, it's oh, there's something over here. Yeah, I'm going to sprinkle some food on the grass here for you. Then we start to pair it. And they're like, there's a dog over there. Does that mean I get something? Yeah, it does. And they get it straight away. They don't have to do anything. So the difference between the training experiences here is that the reward, the relief, whatever it is they're doing is not contingent on any behavior. The dogs don't have to do anything. There's no pressure for them to actually do a particular behavior at this point. They just have to exist and be happy in the environment, and they have the opportunity to have some food, to do some sniff if they choose to do so. We're trying to pair it. Sometimes they'll get there really quickly, sometimes they won't. But that's where we're doing it. As they start to get better at this and they're like, oh, there's another dog over there. Does that mean that I get some food or that I go and get to explore things? You're like, yeah, absolutely. Once they're in that stage and they're able to pause and think, then we can do operant stuff and go, would you like to do this? Yeah, awesome. I'll come and sit with you. And then we can go, can we walk and can you focus on me? Can we get you to do a hand touch? Can we get you to do this? And then we're starting to change it that when they see another dog, the reward is contingent on a behavior because we've got them thinking. But we need to do that initial foundation stuff first, where any rewards is not contingent on anything. There is no pressure for them to perform at this stage. It's just these are options that are available to you if you choose to use them. If a dog arrives, they're going to be present. If the dog isn't there, they're still going to be there. Or we'll take some of them away and bring them back when the dog is there, depending on how we're setting up the situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and sometimes, for some cases, that's all that it needed, is the dog needed another option on how to deal with what they were dealing with at the time. You take that one option that they had of reacting how they are, and then you are just literally dividing it into so many different options that they can choose. And then eventually over time, it all meshes together that the dog goes, you know what, I feel better just doing this than doing what I was doing before.
Mhm.
And it all just kind of molds together nicely, but it does take time.
Yeah. And sometimes giving the dog options. So in the evasive maneuvers that we do, there's a variety of different ways to turn a maneuver around with dogs. Some of them are stationary, some of them move, some of them involve the dog being behind the owner, sometimes in front, sometimes at the side. But it's giving the dog options. And then we kind of work with the dog there and go, what does your dog prefer to do in this situation? Are they a dog that's like, I want to stay still and I just want to watch? And I want to make sure I can see this dog the whole time until they go past and then I'll move forward? Or are they a dog that's like, I just want to get out of there as quickly as possible? Or are they a dog that's like, distract me? Just give me something else to focus on. And then we can work with each of those dogs individually depending on what it is. So it's not to do this, you have to do a really good watch me, or you have to go and do a find it, or you have to sit. It's these are the options. What is your preference? What's going to make you feel best in this situation? And then we can build on that. So the dogs start to go, you know, what makes me feel better when I see another dog is if I go and sniff this, or if you give me some training stuff to do. And we can go, great, that's fine. We'll do those associations and then we'll start to build them up. But it's giving the dogs choices so they learn that they have an element of control. And predictability and choice is so important in building confidence within our dogs and safety, because if they know that they have a way out, they're going to be less reactive. And the easiest example I have of that is when we go to the dentist. So if you have two dentists and one of them, you're going in for something not so nice, like a root canal or something, and they're like, right, here we go. And they just start doing it. A lot of the time you can be sat there going, oh God, what if I need the toilet? What if I need this? And you're just thinking about all the ways that you want to get out the situation and can't. Whereas if you've got a really nice dentist that goes, if at any point you need me to stop, raise your hand and I'll stop. When you're doing that, you're like, oh, I need to stop. Then you're like, but I've got an out. So you're less inclined to use your out because you know it's there. So you've got that safety net. And there are so many dogs where that's all they need. They just need a safety net of knowing that they have an out. And the chances are they might never use it. But it's really important for you, for the choice, to know that you're not trapped in a situation, that you do have a choice and that you can get out of it. And for some dogs, that's all they need. They just need to know that they have options in this situation. Okay. So impulse control, self-control, and frustration tolerance. I'm hoping by now you're starting to see that there's a difference between these and things, and the exercises are a bit different. So there's different areas of the brain involved, which is the first thing we need to be aware of, and some things can conflict. And when we're doing emotional regulation, for me, it's all about reducing that conflict and realizing and explaining to owners, parents, caregivers, whoever you like to refer to them as, that not all learning is operant. And for me, a dog that can manage themselves is the difference between a well-behaved dog and an obedient dog. I have seen some fantastically obedient dogs that will do everything they are asked to do all the time. But you put them in a situation and you don't tell them what to do, they can't cope. And they break down. And they just pace and they bark and they whine. And it's not until the owner goes, just lie down. They're like, oh, yeah, I can do that. And they lie down and switch off. Whereas if you've got dogs that are well managed and well behaved because they can regulate themselves, you put them into a situation and they'll be like, oh, yeah, this is interesting. Oh, it's boring. I'm going to go and settle down. Or I'm going to go pick up my toy. Or I'm going to go and chew this thing. And they're able to make those choices and regulate themselves without us having to tell them. So that's the difference between the two. And we don't need cues with dogs that can regulate themselves because the environment itself is the cue. And it enables dogs to do really good social living because they can manage themselves. They can often communicate more effectively. So if you're living with a dog that has learned the emotional regulation and can manage themselves, when they come to you, you know they actually need something. They don't need you to tell them to settle down. They're like, actually, I need the toilet or I need a drink. And you can have a really good relationship with them. Whereas if every time you're with them, you're telling them to do stuff, it could sometimes hinder the relationship a little bit because they rely on you for everything because they can't do anything themselves, which is incredibly emotionally draining. And I'm an incredibly lazy dog trainer. And I have a disability. So it makes my life a lot easier if my dogs can regulate themselves. You know, if I'm sat doing something, that they will just take themselves off and go and sleep or get a toy out the toy basket if they want to play. and they relatively leave me alone unless we're doing something. And if they do come to me, it's because they actually need a cuddle. And I'm like, okay, fine, let's have a cuddle. You need something right now. And that's fine. And it just helps to reduce the reactivity, which helps keep the brain at homeostasis because they're able to think and remain calm. It also means that when they see things, when they're put in situations, they're like, oh my God, there's something there. And they're able to kind of pause and think and not get hijacked as quickly. It's not to say my dogs never hijack, because they are. But it means that they can manage themselves faster because they're used to doing it on a daily basis, on a regular basis. It's how we live. They're given choices, and we set up the environment so they can make the right choices all the time. So they're just like, okay, I can do this and I can do that. And I have cues that will help them. And they've got prompts as they go older. But it's the difference between kind of choosing for yourself. So if a lot of humans and a lot of people get choice paralysis, if you're given options and go, okay, pick one, people are like, oh, and you get frozen because of the choice paralysis. It's a lot easier if someone tells you what to do than to have to figure it out for yourself. Whereas if you're used to problem solving and figure things out for yourself, you tend to be able to calm yourself down faster in these situations. It's a very similar thing with our dogs. It's not to say that training and cue training isn't good, because it absolutely is. It's where the basis of it forms, but it's making sure that you're doing them both in balance. So your dogs are able to do what they need to do in the situation. Gemma?
I think as well that that's the important thing to know. Cued and command or prompted and guided are different things. So it's like you can give your dog a focal or a prompt to help them start and catalyze them on that road to the right kind of choice. Or are you commanding the whole thing and cueing the whole thing? Because there's a whole difference. But also, making sure that what you were saying, obviously, about that kind of making that choice. It's not about sitting there and doing nothing and going, right, what are you going to choose to do? Because if the skill set's not there, it's not there. You have to, these foundation exercises are really, really important, even if they are tedious and taking a long time, because like Danny said, a dog that can regulate itself. Warrior, for example, is an example case of a dog that's in a situation, didn't know how to manage his emotion, and relied on mum to cue or do something to help him. She didn't know what to do in that situation, so she wasn't. And look what he was left doing to relieve himself. That was in his experience and skill set, his way to regulate himself, which is not ideal. So we can actually, by controlling everything and commanding everything our dogs do, we can take that away and create situations in that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's very similar to Dot, the collie that we saw that spun. And some of the, as Paul mentioned earlier, some of the car chasing border collies, if they're not taught how to control themselves, they will find an outlet that will make them feel better. And then they will do that whenever they can't, because that's their coping strategy. And that's what provides them with relief. And they can be incredibly difficult habits to break.
And the one thing about frustration is if that is catalyzed and started, it's got to come out. It's got to come out some way. You don't tend to, if you haven't got the skill set, that regulatory part is missing. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like, I always say, it's like a bottle. We have that bottle where we go, oh, we empty, our bottle starts to fill and we empty a bit out in different areas, like in ways you regulate yourself. But there are some people and some animals where that lid's on, and the only way for it to come out is to explode it out, because they've not got any regulatory skills there at all. And it is in humans, it is a developmental thing as a child between the ages of 0 and 7 that it starts to actually develop. So it's if you get your dogs later on, we've got a lot to unpack at that point, where they're the difficult cases, like Danny said. They're the ones that can be really difficult habits to break those loops up.
Yeah, but if we've done our jobs properly as trainers in puppy classes and built them the foundation skills, it's a lot easier, because you just have to prompt them and remind them, remember this stuff that we did? You can do that in this situation. And they're like, I felt better. And once they start to realize that they feel better by doing this thing, the self-regulation will come in and they'll be like, I'm just going to breathe in this situation. And they can really help work through that. So we need to be aware of how that frustration tolerance is going to affect our dogs. Can anyone think of any of the effects of frustration that they've seen? Or do we think that we've covered all of them or most of them so far before we go into case studies, which I think is next? Oh, my vending machine's next. Nice. I'll give you a second because I know there's a delay of about 30 seconds. Okay. All right, I'll move on. If questions come through, I will answer them. So one thing with frustration is the difference between a vending machine and fruit machine. The vending machine that was taught to me by Amit Bride years ago during Southampton. And I really like it as an analogy. So this is where we have our dogs. It's usually puppies, but it can be any dog depending on where they are. And they will see people as vending machines to start off with. So they do something, they get something. So they bark at us, they paw at us, they chew something. We give them food or we give them rewards. As they start to grow older, as Gemma mentioned earlier, we then start to use leads. We then start to say no. We then start to try and widen that bubble and go, you know what, you're getting older now, so you can't get access to these things as much. We're going to see some frustration once we start to put limits on what they're allowed to do. And whenever someone gets frustrated at a vending machine, so you've put your money in, you push your button, you're waiting for your chocolate or your sweeties to come out. If they don't come out, you're going to get a bit frustrated. You're going to push the buttons again and go, hello, are you working? They don't come out. You've then got two options. And this depends a lot on your personality type, your learned experiences, and your ability to regulate yourself, which can change as you get older with practice. So you're either going to go, the machine's not working, have a sulk about it and walk away, or you're going to get angry at the machine and you're going to hit it and go, why aren't you working? Or shake it or do something like that. If at either of those 2 points, your chocolate comes out, you've either learned that relaxing and waiting gives you a reward, or getting worse and hitting the thing gets you the reward. So you either end up with someone that learns delayed gratification and patience, or someone that essentially becomes like a Fonz that just walks up to the machine and whacks it on the side, doesn't even bother asking anymore. So from our dog's perspective, we've got puppies that have learned that if they chew and mouth, they're not going to get anything, so they're better off just waiting for someone to come and say hi to them. Or we're going to have a dog that's learned that mouthing is going to get them what they want. And if they don't get what they want, they're going to mouth a bit harder and they're going to jump up and chew. And these dogs tend to start aiming for stomachs. They aim for kind of like under your arm here, and they go for places that hurt, and they start to exacerbate their behavior. And then they get to a point where they don't start with the lower level behaviors. They just go right up to the top ones. And they start to really do these more exacerbated behaviors because they're getting frustrated and they know this works. And we see this a lot in barking cases, in some mouthing cases. And we want to make sure that our dogs can learn to control themselves. But if you've got these dogs, they can be really dangerous, as we've seen with Warrior and we're about to see with Axel. Because they can be big dogs. They're used to getting what they want. And if they're told no, they get angry about it. So our dogs need to learn about boundaries and restraint and not getting what they want in a safe way. And what we want them to learn, as far as we're concerned, and with our other tasks, is that we're not vending machines. Life isn't vending machines. Life is more of like a gambling fruit machines, where you do a task and sometimes you get something. Sometimes you get a bonus. Sometimes you get nothing. But it's worth doing it. And from a learning theory perspective, this is your intermittent reinforcement schedule. So we're moving from the consistent one to an intermittent. And that's the one that's resistant to extinction. And we want them to kind of go through life going, I'm going to do this just in case. Is it worth my time to do it? And this is a good thing and a bad thing, depending on what it is that they're doing. Some dogs are going, I'm going to jump up and marvel at you or bark at you, because sometimes I get attention and sometimes I don't. Others are like, I'm going to come and sit at you and look cute, because sometimes I get food off your plate and sometimes I don't. So having a look at how the dogs are viewing these worlds and what happens if they don't get what they want is really important. And to make sure that we're switching that mindset and we're letting people know. And sometimes just asking them what they think their dog would do if a vending machine denied them chocolate. The majority of the clients that I see tend to go, oh, my dog will just attack the machine. Because that's why they've come to see me, because they've got a reactive dog. Our dogs that can regulate themselves tend to not do this stuff because they can regulate themselves and control themselves. Does that make sense for people? So how do we help our dogs with frustration? We need to teach them stuff. So I want to make sure that we help them with desensitization. So this is where we're teaching them to just be able to relax in situations. And this isn't operant. And the majority of the time when we're desensitizing, this is the first stage of a relaxation protocol of self-control, impulse control, frustration tolerance. We need them to be able to desensitize to a situation first. And desensitization is all about teaching the dog to be calm in a situation. And then can you stay calm with a trigger far away that it's in that green zone when we think of bubbles? Can they be calm in that situation? Fantastic. Can we start to build up the arousal a little bit and get them to calm back down again? So we want lots of ways of getting them to regulate themselves. So in starting off just in empty fields, as Gemma mentioned earlier, hiring out secure dog fields. Can you have a bit of a play with your dog? Can you then sit down and do nothing? What does your dog do? Do they go, oh, we're doing nothing? Will they come and relax with you? Or will they keep running around the field? Will they keep bringing toys over to you? Are they able to relax? That's kind of where you want to start with this stuff, is can your dog just do nothing? If they're in a stimulating environment, are they able to calm themselves back down? Then can they people watch? Can you go to a cafe? Can you go to a pub? Can you watch people play football? There's so many options that you can do, and you might get a dog that can relax in 5 of these places, but not the 6th place because that was too much. Or on that day, they did other stuff. So desensitization is where we start. And this is how to break down the criteria, as we mentioned. And whenever we're doing any kind of desensitization work, we want to make sure that we're coming back to baseline. So we want it to be systematic. So when we've got a trigger, it's going to be so many meters away for 1 second. Can they cope with that? Great. 5 seconds, great. Can they do up until like 30 seconds? Fantastic. Now let's do it 9 meters away. So we're moving closer, but the time's gone back. So every time we're resetting back to baseline. We're not kind of going closer, 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 closer. It's we're staying here, the trigger's here. Can they do that? Fantastic. Can we go closer? But the trigger's there, back, there, back, there, back, and then closer, there, back, and then move back, and then get closer, and move back, and get closer. So they're allowed to reset each time that they do this. So it's all nice and slow, it's nice and gradiated, and you can essentially just tick box it as you go down. But every time you change context, you have to go back to where they were. Okay. Does that make sense? Gemma, do you want anything to add?
No, absolutely. Going back to baseline is my biggest thing, is that it doesn't matter, how this is where owners can get frustrated.
Yeah.
Because you might be going, like say the baseline is the front doorstep or the front door garden, and you get so far and we're like, right, we're going to go back to the front door.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? But we're so far on, like we'll keep just going, right? And you're like, no, we've got to come back for the dog to just process what's happening, because you will get more success faster. Rather, but like owners and humans in general, they want to add on.
Yeah. And when we're doing Sue setup, sometimes you're like, well, they were really good with my dog, like when they were 2 meters away. So let's start there next time. You're like, no, let's go back to 10 meters and get there faster each time. So you're always giving the dog the chance, because we don't know what day that dog's had, whether there's any kind of stomach upset. So always go back to baseline to the point where they are in the green zone and see if it's still the same.
Especially if they're in adolescence, because you're working with whatever dog has woke up that day.
Yeah. So we want to make sure that we're desensitizing, that because if they get sensitized, then we're not desensitizing anymore. We might be counter conditioning, but we're not desensitizing. So we can only make progress if they stay below that threshold. And it's essential for them to be able to regulate themselves to do this stuff. So we have a video, and I love this video. It's my favorite video in the world, because it has my puppy. And it's the frustration tolerance test. Find it. Because I had it loaded up, but I know it's not there. So I will talk about it while I find the video.
It's on my list.
It's on the YouTube though, isn't it?
Oh.
So I'll pull up the actual video. It's not a problem. So the frustration tolerance test is a really quick and easy test that you can do with a dog to find out how well they are at regulating their emotions. It takes a whole minute or two. It's relatively safe, but do make sure that you know a little bit about the dog beforehand, because it involves holding food in your hand that the dogs can't get to. Which, of course, if you've got a dog that is very frustrated, they might try and paw at your hand. So making sure that they're able to cope in that situation is really important. It is here somewhere because I used it. So what we're doing in this video is we're going to have our hands with 2 bits of food in. So it's very similar to when you do the leave type exercises, where you're holding your hand out, they move away, you give them a reward. What we're doing in this is we keep the same food in our hands and we make sure that we always reward to the side. So if the dog backs away, they come over to the side. The reason this is a frustration tolerance test is we're watching what the dogs do. So a dog that has really good frustration tolerance will be able to go, oh, okay, I'm being fed over here, and they'll move themselves round to this point and they'll start to relax and wait for the food here. The dogs that don't have frustration tolerance will keep coming back to this hand. They'll keep looking at it, they'll keep staring at it, and they'll keep going, but I want that. And they can't let it go. So it's our first step to kind of go, okay, where are we with frustration tolerance at this stage? So here is the video, which I will share now, and it shows my little puppy Spock, who is adorable, as you've all seen. And I am very much biased because he's my puppy. And we have Pippin, who is one of my rehabilitation trainer's Labradors. So we are in the same situation, and we couldn't have planned this better. So can you all see it?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, and what you'll find is we are training them. So I've got both dogs here. So Spock moved away, Pippin moved away, they get food on the other side. Now what we'll notice is after about 3 repetitions, Spock's like, oh, I'm being fed over here. Whereas Pippin's still like, yeah, but I want that. But I want that. I'm now able to open one hand. So Spock now has free access to that food if he wants it. And he's like, nah, I'm being fed here. Pippin, however, is still like, but I really want that. It is the exact same food in both hands for these dogs. But Spock's able to accept that he can't have that food. Whereas Pippin's like, but this one. And it takes Pippin a long time to kind of move in between. So I hope that gives people a little bit of an idea as to one of the exercises that you can do. And it's a really nice exercise to try with dogs. And it's something that you can do again and again to kind of test how they are. But I really like it because it lets you know where the dogs are now. So if you're doing like a chill out exercise or the other foundation exercises, you can know, actually, this dog's going to be fine if we put their foot on the lead and teach them to chill out. Or you're like, actually, no, this dog isn't. This is just going to spike right through the lead and start chomping on the owner's leg. So we need to make sure that they can cope with frustration a little bit before we move on to the other exercises. So impulse control, self-control, frustration tolerance exercises. This is just an example of everyday exercises that you can change into these. So it's more of a lifestyle type thing when you're teaching these exercises, because you can apply it to all situations. A lot of it's just delayed gratification. So you start off with, can you control yourself? Can you control yourself for a little bit longer? Can you do the bit where you accept that you can't have that, but you can have this? Are you able to kind of control yourself in different situations and relax? or are they just on the go all the time? So doing loose lead walking is a self-control frustration tolerance exercise, because they have to control themselves to keep in pace with the person that walks annoyingly slow for our dogs. They also can't just pull and rush towards what it is that they want. So they get frustrated that they have to wait for the slow coach that's on the other end of the lead to catch up, who doesn't realize how important the P-mail on the lamppost is to our dogs. Doing the kind of deep breath exercises where we teach them to take a deep breath in through their nose. Are they able to do that? Can they regulate themselves? That's another exercise we can do. The chill out exercises that we do, if in doubt, chill out, settles, park trainings. If you do them where you wait for the dog to relax themselves, that is a self-control frustration tolerance exercise. If you're teaching it as a stay or as a boundary game, it's a self-control to a degree, but it's not self-regulation because they're waiting for you. They're waiting for you to tell them to do something. So they're not regulating themselves. They're going, okay, I'm going to wait here until you release me. It's not the same as I'm just going to put you in this situation and limit your movements by this lead and wait for you to decide to relax. That's a different exercise completely to on your bed, stay.
If your training is done really well with the foundation side of things, they can eventually merge together because it gives the dog a focal point when you're out, which can make the environment predictable, which helps them learn faster. Mm-hmm. But if you're using it to make them calm down, it won't work.
Yeah, they'll just be there on their bed, kind of heightened. Leaving food, toys, items. This can be all three depending on how you do it. So can you drop something and can your dogs go, what was that? And stay still without chasing? Are you able to put something on the floor and the dogs kind of wait and you pick it up and give it to them? Can you drop something on the floor and play like the mousy type game that we'll show in a minute, where you kind of wait for them to back away and you flick food towards them? Can you then start to move that food around and them still stay away? Can you drop it? Can you flick a bit and them not get it and then you let them get something else? So you can really build it up until you can get things like really good chase recalls, where can you throw a toy for a dog as they're on the way to get it? You can say a word and they'll stop mid-chase and come and get something else. Can you get them to start to wait as you throw a toy and throw something else without saying anything? And the dogs just wait for the release cue. Can they do it without any cue whatsoever? And it's building up. So the same training exercise can be used for all three, depending on how you do it and how you set up the environment. If you do any of these exercises and then you put your dog on a lead, you've instantly changed it into a frustration tolerance exercise because the dog is now restrained, which means they can't do what they want in the situation. You can have the dog that has the best self-control in the world, but the second you put a lead on them, they'll start to have a hissy fit and a temper tantrum because you've taken their choice away. It's now not their choice to sit here patiently and wait for something because we've taken it away. They now want to get to it even more because you've told them they can't, which is a very typical thing for people as well. So it's having a look at these sorts of games and these exercises and how we can change them into what it is that we want and form these good habits, allow them to rehearse choices, and then go, okay, how can we mix it up? How can we make this a little bit harder for you, but within your limits? Okay, so we have a video here that we're going to play that I think is Spock's videos upload. No, Spock's on YouTube, so I'll have to do the YouTube thing again as well. We have some polls now that I want everyone to do. And this is our observational skills. So I hope everyone's ready and awake and ready to pay attention. So what we want to have a look at is we have a video of my little boy Spock regulating himself in a coffee shop. So this is the first time he was out and about practicing his assistant dog's task. I was basically just going, okay, let's take you to a busy coffee shop. My car was in for its MOT. We had his in training jacket on, and I was like, okay, we're going to go into a coffee shop and I'm going to see, can you relax under the table in this situation? Is that a skill that you still have? And I filmed him. So we have 3 videos, all are 2 minutes long, and they are within the space of about half an hour, thereabouts. And what I want you to do is have a look at breathing rates and ear twitches. Okay. So I'm going to let you see 30 seconds of the first video before we count, so you have an idea of what it is that I'm actually talking about. because my little boy has amazing ear twitches. And that's what he does when he's kind of assessing situations and trying to regulate himself. And me and Gemma were doing this earlier, and it was really funny to see how similar, because we were like within about 5 ear twitches of each other, because we're like, but is that classed as an ear twitch or is that just a movement? Because he's got floppy ears. So I'll play it for a few seconds. And you'll see that he twitches his ears. And if you look at his back and his hips, where his fur is quite shiny hair, you'll see his breathing rate's quite high as well. And we've got lots of ear twitches. So I'm going to pause it. I'm going to take it back to the beginning, and we have 3 of those. And what I want you to do is count the ear twitches. So only focus on ear twitches. And then we have a poll, and I want everyone to tick the poll for how many ear twitches they counted. So ear twitches are any movements of the ears, regardless of how big or small they are. And, you know, he is a very skillful dog. He can move both independently. So here we go. Okay. So there should be a poll there for everyone. Oh, I think I did the second one. It doesn't matter.
Oh, you did the second one. Oh.
It's okay. It's fine. The polls are all the same. So I'll give you a few minutes to highlight that. So some people got 71 to 80, 81 to 90, 91 to 100, 41 to 50. Okay, and I think that's everyone in the room. Fabulous. Okay. It's really difficult, isn't it? Maria lost count. Yeah, me and Gemma did. I think we both got to like the 90s. We're like, wow.
To the point where it was like, I think I blinked and missed a couple because there was a lot in that one. That one's quite hard.
Yeah, there's a lot in there. But as you can see, it was really high because it was happening all the time. He was just constantly aware. And this is that arousal. This is a dog that's kind of on that little level arousal thing. He's trying to regulate his arousal. We've only just got in the coffee shop. It's been a while since he's been in there. Had I have taken a picture, he probably would have looked quite relaxed. And even when you look there, you can look at him and very short and go, yeah, he looks quite relaxed there. But if you really focus, you can see the breathing rate still quite fast on him. He's a dog that isn't relaxed. He's trying to relax, but he's not there yet. Whereas the next video, this is him about 5 or 10 minutes after the first video. So same thing again. Let's see if we can count those ear twitches. Have we got more or have we got less? All right, so incoming poll. All right, how many did everyone get this time? We've got some fast people on polls here. Everyone else is still deciding. Okay, we've got some people that still think it's 81.90, 71 to 80, 61, 70, 51. Gemini, when we did this one, counted, it was like 60, 60.
I got 57, didn't I, about that? I think you got about 60 something.
Yeah. So still pretty high. Still very high, but less than it was. So this is how subtle that kind of transition is for these dogs when they're starting to try to regulate themselves. And as I mentioned, this is all within the space of about half an hour. This is our final video. So get ready for ear twitches. Here we go. All right. Paul incoming. So does everyone think this time? Can everyone see the poll? There we go. Okay, that's great to see. No one's on the high ones. Everyone's kind of in between 20 and 50. Yeah, we kind of got, I think, in between, like, was it 30s?
I think I got like 42.
Yeah. But the point of the exercise, thank you everyone. I hope you enjoyed that. Because we wanted to do an exercise to kind of help you with your observational skills, because they're so important with dogs that have frustration, but to see just what arousal can look like. And this is a dog that we would class as highly aroused. Like, he wasn't barking, he wasn't bouncing, he wasn't jumping all over the place. However, from the first video, if something startled him, so if one of the waiting staff came around and knocked something on the floor, or if someone got a bit too close, or a chair moved or something, there's a chance that he could startle and react, because he was already kind of up to like his kind of up arousal levels. His ears were all over the place, his breathing rate was high, he was trying to regulate himself, but he was still kind of, okay, what's going on? Whereas on the last video, he was aware of his environment. He was alert. And that's the kind of calm alert that I would want when I'm doing the kind of work that I do with rehabilitation. Is I don't want a dog that's asleep. I want a dog that is calm, that's alert and listening to the environment. But if there was a bang or a crash, they would lift their head and go, what was that? Oh, it's nothing, and relax back down, rather than lift their head and react to something. And sometimes it can just take half an hour. And that's what me and Gemma mentioned early on, is there's a lot of dogs that never get the opportunity to go through that whole cycle. So we've got to find safe ways of exposing them to situations that's going to test their arousal level, but in a safe way, and just go, okay, I'm just going to watch you carefully and see, can you put these skills into practice? So all these ones that we've been teaching you all these years, can you now actually apply them? And often you can do this with dogs that are 18 months plus, generally over 2. Because before that point, their impulsivity is too high and their emotional regulation isn't established enough for them to be able to do that. It's where they can learn it, and they can do it in some situations, but not all, because they're in that teenage phase. Whereas this age, it's like, can you apply this? Can you actually regulate yourself in the situation now? And can I give you the space and time to do that? So this is the bit that's really important. And in classes, if you set up like little tea parties almost, and just go, okay, can we get our clients to just sit and talk to us? What do the dogs do? Or even in consults, when you go around to people's houses, and you're sat there talking to the client, how long does it take that dog to settle down? Do they settle down? Where do they settle down? If you move, do they get back up again? So it's looking at those arousal levels and helping them with frustration. That's really, really important for our dogs, because arousal is everything. So we've got some foundation exercises that I'm going to run through with you. These are all ones that for anyone that is on in my community, you will know these already, because they are there for all of our community members to see. And they're all based on treat delivery exercises. So I'm going to skip through some of them because obviously it's a client one, though, so I talk a lot through it. But you want to start off with foundation focus exercises. And this is all about making sure that we can deliver treats safely, and that our dogs can listen to us and focus. So I'm just going to mute it because I don't want to hear myself talk over the top. So when we're treating dogs, we've got mouth delivery, floor delivery, and location delivery, depending on what it is that we're doing. Location can be over the grass, behind the dog if we're doing a stop, straight to the mouth, not all dogs like, but if we drop it onto the floor, we can encourage them to go away and come back to us, which is the start of a lot of our check-ins. They're like the pattern games that Leslie McDevitt does. For those that don't know Leslie, she's awesome. This is the first foundation one that we do. So it's can you lower the treat towards the dog? If the dog moves their nose towards it, move it back up. And can they just control themselves a little bit so they can stay still as you bring the food down? So we're not got that reaching up and chomping behavior. And we see their spot kind of shuffling, trying to regulate himself. If he does, my hand opens and comes down. So this is the first foundation exercise that I like to get clients to feet, is can we treat the dog without them snapping and taking our fingers off? Then can we start to move around a little bit and get them to follow? But we want a dog that is nice and stationary on the floor as we lower things down, and we get that nice gentle thing. So even though it's as simple as can the dog take a treat, the way that we're using it is a self-control exercise. It's got a little bit of frustration because we're holding it in there, and we can start to increase that frustration more and more with the how close to the nose can we hold it without them moving forward and jumping up. Are they able to kind of regulate and shuffle themselves backwards? Are they starting to move away from the object that we're trying to give them? If we move on a little bit, we've then got, can they start to follow? So can they lure? Can we start to move them around, or are they jumping up all over everywhere? If they are, we want to go, okay, can you keep 4 paws on the floor as I move this away? And can you follow? So these are the foundation things that we want people to be able to do to begin with. I'm just going to fast forward through some of these because the majority of you will know most of these exercises. Delivering to the floor, this is the foundation of pattern games. This is Leslie McDevitt's things, where you throw the treat away from you, the dogs come back. You throw the treat away. When Leslie teaches it, it's a head down, head up movement to start off with, and then out to the side. You can adapt it for how you like, but the idea of it is that we encourage the dog to go away so they come back. Encourage them to go away so they can come back. Then we build it up to, can you start to look at me in different situations? Can you look at something else and then look back at me? And check-in is one of my favorite things to teach as a self-regulation exercise for reactive dogs, because ultimately we want them to be able to look at the thing that they react to, calm themselves down enough that they can pause and think to turn back, which sounds like a really simple exercise, but it's so difficult for a lot of our reactive dogs to be able to do that.
And owners, because owners want to tell them to look.
Yeah.
And the amount of owners that I work with, and they're like, look at me. And I'm like, no, don't say anything.
No. Yeah. And then seeing if we can get them to feed in positions. Can we get them to wait as you've got food? Are we getting that anticipation? And with Spock, I know full well at this stage anyway, that when we're doing this game, if I withhold that treat for a little bit longer, he'll start to nudge and like muzzle punch me because he's like, come on, give me the food. And then as he's trying to regulate himself, he'll then shuffle backwards and breathe and pause again. And that's him working through his frustration. So it's something that I allow him to do, but he doesn't get rewarded for it until he calms himself down for a little bit longer. So timing's also really important, because if as he shuffles forward and nudges at me and then stops, if I then treat at that point, I'm forming a back chain where he's then going to learn that if he gets frustrated, he just needs to muzzle punch me and I'll give him what he wants. So he said, no, can you regulate yourself back to where we were and stay there for a couple of seconds before I bring the treat down, and then start to increase that duration. And then just hold the duration a bit longer. And then we move into, I don't think it's on this video, it's the next one. Where we choose that one into Mousy Mousy. This is just, can I have food? Can I have food present? Because a lot of the food training that I do is I like to have food on hand because of my mobility. So I need to have food close to me or on me or in a bucket or something next to me. So I need to make sure that I can have food readily available and my dogs can cope with that. And this is an exercise where I'm just learning or teaching clients just to roll the treats with their thumb. So they get used to kind of moving it forward. So that's just a couple of foundation exercises that are super easy, but difficult for clients. And that's what we need to remember, is our clients are not dog trainers. So the exercises that we think are really easy, the movements and delivery of treats. So some of us can hold 6 treats in our hand and use our thumb to roll them down into the dog's mouth. That in itself is a skill that we have that our clients don't, and some of them can't do it. Some of them because they don't have the mechanical skill, others might have wrist arthritis or something that prevents them from doing so. Gemma, any other foundation ones before we go into the impulse ones?
No, definitely those ones. The Mousy Mousy one is quite a good one, because I like that one because there's just no, I like the ones where you're just not speaking or saying anything to the dog.
Yeah.
I think when we're doing like commanded leave, sort of stuff like that, it's a cue again. whereas you want the dog to regulate itself, and then it gets the reward. So these ones are great because you're just not really saying anything. You're letting the dog do the behavior, and then it's getting captured. So
Yeah.
I find they're better.
Yeah, they're my favorite ones. And building on those kinds of behaviors and getting the impulse control, so the sit to movement and building on that anticipatory stay. If you want to learn more about that stuff, check out Jane Arden's stuff. It's brilliant on Mission Control, her book, because they're really good to kind of show you that you can get dogs kind of freeze and regulate themselves. Can you stay still while I throw this ball? Can you stay still while I bounce it? Can you stay still while I do this? And then I'll release you when you can go and have it. So that's all a self-control thing. And it kind of builds in there. And then it's, can we do it without the release? Can we do it with the release? Can we ask you to do it? Can we not ask you to do it? And that's where you can vary different cues and prompts to really help the dog kind of learn that impulse control of if I see something move, can I not chase it? And then can I see it for a little bit longer and then go and get it? So with dogs that really struggle is we want the impulse control first. Then we want to start with the basis of the self-control exercises. And when we're doing self-control exercises, let me just find the right video. Because once we've got those self-control exercises in, we can change them into frustration tolerance exercises, but they need the self-control first. They need to be able to wait and go, if I wait, I can have the thing. Before we go, if you wait, you can't have the thing, but you can have this, because that's a harder thing for them to go through. So again, I'll rush through this because a lot of the exercises I explain in a bit more detail than I think I'll need to. So we start off with food in our hands, as we mentioned earlier, and we just wait for the dogs to move through. Let me just move across. There we go. This is where we've got food in our hands and we wait for the dogs. So we allow them to sniff. When they move away, they get treats. This is my terrible timing skills with my clicker. There we go. So they can sniff, they back away, they get a treat. This is self-control. So can the treats be here? Can they move away? Can they wait? Yes, you can wait. You now get a treat because you are a very good fluffy boy. Then it's can I open the hand and lower it down? And this is where we change the self-control from rather than taking the treats out the hand to then rewarding somewhere else. And this is building up from the, you can't have this, but you can have that. So some self-control exercises will have elements of frustration tolerance. Then can you drop it on the floor? So each time you increase and get a little bit more and making it a little bit more difficult for them. So dropping it here. Can you resist? He says no. Eventually he can. He gets a good boy. It's always difficult with teenage dogs because they forget everything. But they start to focus and they start to listen. And it's practicing these skills in different situations. Can we then flick them? Can we then throw them? As we go on, we then get to a point where can we start to drop these treats on the floor? If they leave them, can they have something else? Can we get that impulse of being able to drop things? And what you find when you do these ones is if the treat bounces close to them, they're going to take the opportunity to try and get it because they are opportunistic. But can they cope? And this is where we're teaching that self-control one into the frustration tolerance. So this is one of those transition exercises where the first of all, if you wait, you can have it. Now, if you wait, you can't have it. We can change the same thing with toys. So can we drop one toy on the floor? Fantastic. Now we throw another one. So we can build into chase recalls where can you leave this and then get that? Can you leave this and have that? So everyday tips is going in and out the door. Can they control themselves around toys? It's all about allowing the dog to be able to regulate themselves. And we're not cueing them here. We're not asking them for anything. we're just going, can you wait while I do something else? And then we'll reward you for it. And the longer you do this for you, the more you start to build up that frustration tolerance, because they're like, okay, I've done it. Can I have the thing now? And you're like, yeah, but you have to do a bit more. What if I kind of do a little bit of one? So you're building on that impulse control and the self-control and the frustration tolerance at the same time here. In this exercise, it's made even worse for Riddle because his best friend Nuffle is just at the bottom here, who doesn't really care about the toys, which makes it easier. Here again, we've got Spock. So he's a young puppy off lead. He sees people and dogs. I haven't recalled him at this point. This is us building on our check-ins. Is he able to see things that he wants, stop himself, and check back in with me and come back? And he's like, yay, he's a good boy. So it's all that emotional regulation. Can they do it for themselves? Are they able to see things, pause, and come back to you? It's really important exercises. The more you do it, the more you practice with the dogs, the easier it is to get. And this is a bit of the mousy game. This is also how I get medication into my dogs, because one of these sausages has treats in, has tablets in. So, and I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to skip the next two videos. And if we've got time at the end, I will play them. Because this one is a chase recall, which starts off with a self-control exercise of, can you leave it in your hands? It does what the cockapoo was doing, where you drop a toy on the floor and then throw the other one. And then it builds up to, can we throw a toy, send you after it, call you so you stop mid-chase and come back. So it said, you leave that one and you come back for this one. And these are all ones that you can cue them, you can uncue them, but have a look at the way that you explain these exercises to owners and caregivers and how you can adapt them to suit the individual dog and make it a little bit more exciting so they have to regulate themselves. And sometimes just increasing the toy, the value of the toy or the field, sometimes just increasing the duration is enough to cause a little bit of frustration that they then have to try and regulate themselves. So the self-control elements are always relatively easy. It's adding in that frustration tolerance that can be a bit difficult. And sometimes there's some that will do all three, others will only do one. And it's okay, can we start to work through this regulation? Can they start to calm themselves down when they start to get a bit heightened? So this is a little bit about play arousal and aggression, which is what we discussed earlier with Warrior, with the redirection. When you've got play involved, they can get very, very excited and very aroused very, very quickly. And some dogs' play will go too far. So making sure that if you've got a dog that is really good at arousal control and self-management, they tend not to get into as many fights because they're able to calm themselves down mid-play, and they're also able to encourage the other dog to calm themselves down too. So being aware of arousal and play will kind of help you with the aggression response from that. Does that make sense for everyone? So I'm aware of time and tiredness for everyone, and I just really want to get through the case studies. So this is just a little bit on trigger stacking and a bit about our clients and dogs' needs. So we're into treatment now. So ensuring that all of our dogs' needs are being met. I like the Hierarchy of Dog Needs by Linda Michaels. It's based on Maslow's hierarchy, and it fits into all of our Meerkat stuff, and the base is really nice. So it's making sure that all the dogs' needs are being met. Make sure that vets checks are being done, because they are useful for a lot of cases, because sometimes if you've got frustration, it can be a sign that the dog might be in pain or discomfort somewhere. So assess and address any of those. Reduce and avoid triggers to begin with. Don't let the dog keep practicing these behaviors. Take them away, build up the foundations, allow them to be able to do some calming and relaxation stuff, as we mentioned earlier. Medication can help for some dogs. There are medications that can really help and be highly beneficial for dogs with high frustration, but stay in your lane, please. We are not vets. We might have really good knowledge of psychopharmacology, but we can't recommend these medications to clients, but we can discuss them with vets and say, this is a dog that's really highly frustrated. They're really struggling. We feel some medical support would be beneficial. What would you suggest? If they're unsure, recommend them to speak to a veterinary behaviorist, or there's lots of references that you can mention to them. But make sure that we're not saying to clients, this dog would really benefit from this medication, because We're not vets. We can't say that. And we need to be really clear with our clients when it comes to meds about what we can and can't say due to the law. We didn't create the law. It's there. We all have to abide by it. And it sucks at times because there's a very grey area. Castrations and spays can be beneficial. So going back to the implant question earlier, there are some dogs, particularly male dogs, where during those teenage hormonal stages, testosterone will make their frustration worse, will make them angrier, and it is highly beneficial to use an implant in these dogs. So we don't want to fully castrate them because we don't know what's there. So the implant can be a really nice kind of way to get rid of the hormones and go, okay, are they frustrated because they've got hormones and the testosterone is going up, or are they frustrated because they're actually scared and the testosterone is giving them a little bit of bravado? If that's the case, then we wait for the implant to wear off and we build up their confidence. If they're actually a wonderful dog once the testosterone's gone, then we know this is a safe dog to neuter and we're not going to have any behavioral fallout. But we want to have a look at what behaviors are under this. This is where you want to ask questions about what the dog's like in the home. Do they show any startle signs? Are they able to sleep? Can they relax? Are they a little bit on the fearful side? Because these are the dogs that we don't really want to do this with because they need the testosterone to help them feel a bit more comfortable. If we're looking at bitches, some of them will get more aroused during seasons, post-seasons. Phantom pregnancies can all affect them and increase their frustration levels and their arousal levels. Even in spayed bitches, please do check out Sarah Davis's webinar on persistent phantom pregnancies. It is mind-blowing for a lot of us because some spayed bitches can be stuck in a phantom pregnancy and that is persistent and will last forever, and they are very different when they're on that. It is easily treated, and once it's treated, it just changes their hormones and they come back to being nice, lovely vets. Rosemary. Oh, you're very welcome, Rosemary. We do need people to stay in the lanes when it comes to this stuff. We need to be aware of it. We need to understand what these medications do, but we are not vets. And we don't understand the contraindications for what these medications can do for these dogs and how it might affect them from a liver perspective, from the metabolism, from epilepsy. So there's loads of them that are contraindicated for different things. We don't know the history of the dog, so we need to speak to the vets. If the vets are unsure, there are pathways that they can go down to find out the information. And there's loads of vet behaviorists around that will offer consultations and things to discuss that. The APBC are currently creating like a medications chart to help vets decide on what medications are good, if that's interesting for you, Rosemary. And there was something published in one of the vet nurse journals about medication by, I think it's Caroline Warnes, Tamsin Durston, and someone else. They did a collaborative one in vet nursing journal about the use of meds and making sure people kind of stay in their lanes, but it's important to understand about it, but not recommend particular things. But these are all things that we need to be aware of when we've got a dog that is struggling with arousal levels and frustration levels, because there can be medical reasons that exacerbate them. This is what we mentioned earlier with Hannah's Labrador, is if we let a frustrated dog get what they want, is that an okay thing to do? Is it safe for them? Is it beneficial? This is a case-by-case, situation-by-situation thing. It is not a yes or no blanket. So is it safe for them to get what they want? Can it be beneficial? For intense frustration tolerance, we want to reward mild regulation to get them what they want, to avoid the heightened aversive states. So this is if they're pulling on the end of the lead, struggling to get something, and they show the slightest amount of regulation, yes, we can let them go and get that. Yes, they can go and greet that person, greet that dog, if it's safe for them to do so. And they show a little bit of regulation, then we can go, okay, can you regulate yourself a little bit more? And a little bit more? Fantastic. And they can start to build on that and really practice it until we get to the situation with Gemma's Malamute that she mentioned, where now he's like, I don't care anymore. I've got it out my system. And some dogs just need that. They just need to be allowed to regulate themselves a little bit and then get what they want. Because if they learn the fastest way to get what they want is to just regulate themselves, they will do it more because it's a rewarding, beneficial thing that is useful for them. And they are innocently selfish when it comes to stuff like this. If it's good for them, they'll keep doing it. So if it's safe, let them do it, but give them a little bit of, just give me a bit of some kind of control and then you can get your way. And then a bit more. If it's not safe or beneficial, get them out of the situation. They will have a frustration burst, they will explode, but it's not safe. These are the dogs that you need to do extra work on managing their arousal and the frustration levels so they can cope with it, and do lots of the you can't have that, but you can have this training. We want to change their perceptions of this dog and the predictability, so their expectations on a walk change. So we say, you know what, you can't meet any dogs on a walk, you can't meet any people on a walk. Our walks are going to change entirely to sniffy adventures and calming walks and having picnics in fields and that kind of boring stuff. So we get a dog that when they go outside, the expectation is boredom. They're not expecting to have any fun. They're not expecting to go and, well, not have any fun, but no kind of high arousal activities. So we're keeping that baseline down. Once they can show us that they can regulate themselves, we can then start to bring these activities back in and go, okay, let's do this for a little bit and then calm yourself back down. Let's do this for a little bit and calm yourself back down, so they can start to learn how to regulate themselves. Because often these are dogs that have missed out on that period early on in that developmental stage. They have no idea how to do it. They can't do it, and we can't expect them to be able to. We have to go right back down to the beginning and give them little chances of being able to show us that they can, and do really good rewards when they do show us that they can do these things. Safety in the law when we're dealing with frustrated dogs, because they're often over the top, bouncy, and excitable. Some of them will look intimidating, which can be classed under the Dangerous Dogs Act. Some of them will direct onto their owners or the dog closest to them. So please be aware that you know what applies in your area, that you have dogs muzzled where they need to be muzzled if redirection is high. Make sure they're on a decent lead, that they're on a good collar, and they've got good harnesses. Try to avoid anything aversive, because as you mentioned earlier, anything that squeezes, tightens, pinches, shocks, the dog is just going to associate whatever it is that they're seeing with that stuff, and they're not going to learn anything from it. You know, you might suppress the behavior, but they're not going to see that other dog and go, oh, I just need to calm myself down when I see other dogs. They're just going to try and avoid the shock and get out of there as quickly as possible. So there's no real learning that takes place with that equipment. We want to make sure we're using equipment that keeps the owner safe and gives them the confidence to be able to handle the dogs short term, which is where front control harnesses are the best things to start off with. In some bigger dogs, as we saw with the Great Dane, if we can condition a dog to be okay with a head collar, they can sometimes be beneficial for some dogs. Others, they are far too worse, because when the dog has their frustration kind of burst, they can really hurt their neck as the head collar kind of tightens. So it's case by case basis, but start off with a really good front control harness and a good lead, and keep these exercises just regular and short, and don't put them in situations that they're going to explode in. Gemma, do you want to add anything to that side? You are muted, sweetheart.
Sorry, I had a drink. Yeah, so absolutely, just making sure that my advice is try and stay with what you need to do as part of your job, and not get too pulled into what the owner's narrative is as well, because they can be telling you, well, the dog does this, it's not that, it's this, or they won't do that, it's this. And sometimes we can fall down that rabbit hole of following what their labels are and what they're introducing, and that can also fall into the muzzle training. Just because, like with Warrior, for instance, is working with another trainer alongside me, and has muzzle trained him, has been told to put his muzzle on while he's having walks with them. But I came in as a second person and found out that there was actually a problem within the family about him wearing a muzzle, and secretly had not been wearing it when he should have been. So making sure that making sure the owner is very clear that that might be part of trying to stop the cycle of behavior, but also when it comes to law and what you have to advise, you have to, because some people can get a bit defensive. I don't like how it looks on him, or things like that. But at the end of the day, when it comes to frustration, these reactive outbursts and reflexive actions, it is something that you want to get that discussion out with quite early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we need to make sure that these animals are safe, and that people are kept safe and the public are kept safe. Because the last thing we want for one of these frustrated dogs, especially the ones that are really friendly, that just have explosions like Warrior and like Axel that you'll see, is they're not nasty dogs. They just get overwhelmed, they get angry. And if someone was to walk past, we can't guarantee that they won't redirect onto that person. or if they're redirecting onto their owner and a member of the public comes over to help them, that there's not going to be an incident. And so we need to make sure that people are safe, they're covering their backs, and that everyone is kind of being within the law as it stands. And muzzles are wonderful things to use, and it makes the vets' lives a lot easier if we can muzzle a lot of these dogs and they're happy, because it's one less thing for the vets and for the clients to worry about. Because if they walk into a vet and the vet sees the dog's muzzled, they can relax, which then means the dogs can relax because everyone's kind of a bit safe. And if they're comfortable wearing it, they don't have to worry. And it's just an extra step that's so easy to do, that doesn't take a huge amount of time. And if we can do it in puppy classes, even better.
And that is why, and that is part of Warrior's treatment, is the fact that he is being trained to have his muzzle on a bit more frequently and building a relationship with the vet practice so that he can get these hips sorted, because they're concerned about the aftercare in the vet afterwards, with owner not being there and his outbursts. So this is something we're building so that he actually can go through and have his operations and feel comfortable after having them with the vets. So it goes beyond that, doesn't it? It goes beyond what actually you're working with, and it's looking at the whole picture. I like to tell the owners, like, this is something that it's not fair enough. If you've got frustration, it can be very intermittent. It can be like some days it happens, some days it doesn't, and that's an excuse to not wear a muzzle. And it being quite blunt but understanding and saying, but what about them times that it does happen? In case with Axel and Warrior, they're very powerful dogs. I've already said that when Warrior really went for it, he broke 2 of her fingers and her glasses and she couldn't get him off. A member of public did come over and ask for help. She said, don't, it has to be a member from my household to come over, as he was like on top of her, just nipping at her clothes, and she was on the floor, couldn't see, so because she had her glasses broken. So this is something like to go to the client, well, I understand that most of the time he's not actually doing it and he possibly doesn't need the muzzle on, but what we're trying to say is what happens when he does do it. You can't predict when it's going to happen, and you can't get the dog off if it does happen. And if it is a member of public that it gets redirected onto, can you safely remove that dog all by yourself with the equipment that you've got? And usually when you can present it like that to them, they're a bit more like, oh, right, I get what you're saying. We need to wear this muzzle then, whatever. And it's like, just have it on.
So we're going to have a look at Axel. Axel is a dog that I saw in lockdown. He is Nikita. He was 8 months old when I saw him. He is now 2 years and something. I got some lovely videos the other week from Axel's progress. So this is what Axel was like when I first saw him. I almost clicked play without sharing the screen. Here we go. So intense there, focus, bouncy behavior. And then jump round and nail dad. This is all video footage by the owners. This is him again. Not sure if you can hear that, but you can hear the angry frustration growls coming through. Like, he gets really angry, and like his owner is so patient. But very similar to Warrior. And interestingly enough, Axel has also been recently diagnosed with hip dysplasia. But he will jump and nip, so he'll go for thighs, he'll go for stomachs, he'll go for arms. He is a lovely boy unless he's frustrated, in which case he is a chompy Malinois. Okay. And this is where they're distracting him with some treats. So that is Axel, everyone, who is lovely. Like, he is actually a lovely boy, believe it or not. They give him a toy to kind of distract him with, but that's the kind of intensity that you can get from some of these dogs. And what I think is really interesting with Axel in particular, which I will show you now if I can find the video, is these are some of my favorite clients. And this is a video of Axel as a puppy. Which is why teaching them this kind of regulation stuff early on is so important. If he wanted something, he would just nip and chomp at his dad, in particular. Didn't do it a lot with his mum. We've got lots of whining, lots of little chomping, lots of licking here, lots of mouthing. And it's not too bad as a little puppy Akita. He would also do a lot of leg chewing and tail chewing and spinning as a puppy, which we now know is part of his an early sign about his legs and his hips. But this early puppy behavior in particular is just one of those things where, had a trainer have come out to them early on and seen that, they could have started a lot of this stuff a lot earlier. So this is his history. He came to me because he was resource guarding and he was doing this redirected aggression stuff with his caregivers. And the bites kept increasing. So he was 8 months old when I saw him, which of course is really worrying. So these are all the differentials that we use for aggression. It's not an exhaustive list, but this is generally everything that as clinical behaviorists we're going to look at and go, okay, which of these things can we rule in? Which of them can we rule out? With Axel, he's an Akita, so there's a little bit of genetics in there. They tend to be a bit more confrontational and a bit controlling, but they're wonderful dogs. So it's not just because he's Akita. He wasn't particularly stressed. He was relatively well socialized despite being in lockdown. He had really good breeders that kind of took them out and about as puppies. His owners did quite a lot. He wasn't an overly scared dog. He's not a particularly anxious dog. He is in context, so he's a bit wary at the vets, but on the whole, he's okay. So a lot of it is frustration. There's a little bit of medical stuff going on for Axel as well, but in most situations, he's not scared. He just gets angry because he wants to go and say hi to the other dogs. He's very much a dog that wants to move forward. So there's gaps there. 90% of the bats are down to arousal. There's no fear, there's mild anxiety. So it's all about controlling the arousal levels for Axel to start with. We want to see what else is under there because everything is arousal. He's difficult to examine, so we want to look at medical stuff. And we did, and he has hip dysplasia. So we need to so he's on pain stuff now. We also want to have a look at what's achievable for the clients, what's realistic for this dog. His caregivers, his dad was working full time most of the time. His mum has mobility issues and she has a rollator. So we needed to make sure that he was safe for them both to handle and both walk. Luckily, he never redirected onto mum, as she had the rollator that she could block if he had to. But we needed to make sure that he couldn't pull her over. So he's a dog that we had in a head collar and we had in a muscle. His prognosis was fair once we kind of got it down because there was a lot of medical stuff going through. He was worse on hot days, which was a big medical red flag for us. His scratches and chews that you saw were also something that was a big kind of thing for us to bear in mind. They were debating rehoming off and on throughout the whole thing because he's a big dog. He was difficult for them to manage and get out on a walk. They didn't drive, so they couldn't pop him in the car and take him somewhere. So a lot of the training that they did had to be at the front of their house. This was our treatment plan. So daily monitoring. His vets were lovely and they recommended that we put him on some trazodone to help a little bit with the impulsivity, which worked really nicely for him. Doesn't work well for all dogs, but it was really good for him. We reduced the walks and changed them to more stimulating stuff. We did the chill out exercises, 5 seconds rule with touching, and we started to do kind of dropping a treat, can they check in with us, and walk past type stuff, which we have a video of here. I was hoping we wouldn't go over time, so I'm really sorry, everyone. Maybe we'll do a part 2. But this is an example of the training that they did with Axel to help him. So we had lots of sniffy stuff, and he quite enjoyed grass. We then worked on loose lead walking, and can he walk past treats and chicken and things on the floor? Because if he couldn't ignore those, there's no way he could ignore a dog. So we're trying to get them to do it as uncued as possible. They are owners, so they do cue sometimes. We can forgive them for that. And this is a really simple exercise where all they do is have some food, I think there's chicken or ham, where they just throw out and can he walk past it. They also did lots of standing outside with Axel and his muzzle on, with their foot on the leaf, just going, okay, can we just be outside? Can we watch things go by? And over time, he started to be able to chill out and regulate himself and start to lie down and just relax and watch the world go by and just get that regulation in. And this is the stuff that is the breakthrough moments for a lot of these dogs, is that can they just do these little simple exercises? And this is him seeing another dog halfway through a training session. We get a couple of the bouncing, but what we don't get is the redirection onto dad. So the bouncing itself isn't as intense. He's still focused, but is able to focus back on dad. And they just give him a second to see. The filming isn't great, so I apologize. And then he focuses back on dad. And he chooses himself to come back. So even though he's still reacting at this point, the intensity has dropped. We've not got the redirection because we're controlling those arousal levels. So because he's starting to learn that arousal control, he's not as intense. And that's the first thing that you find with these dogs, is it's the intensity and the duration that start to reduce first, not the reaction itself. I'm just going to stop the video there because it's almost done anyway. And this is our result. So he's still a work in progress, but I have another video here that I will show you. I think it's that one. And this is Axel now. So we still have him muzzled, but he can control himself a lot better. This is him out with the dog walkers.
Good boy, Axel. Be gentle. Be gentle. Axel, be gentle. Good boy, Ax.
And he now nicely kind of goes out and walks. He walks alongside the other dogs, and he's doing really well. He'll still have his moments where he'll kind of stiffen up a little bit when he's a bit unsure, but we're getting loads of progress out of him now, which is absolutely wonderful. They're excellent ones. This is Freddie. So before we start, and wherever that we said 4 o'clock, give me a yes in the chat if you are happy for us to continue. It should only be about 10, 15 minutes, Gemma?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think with the other cases? Oh, we've got giant. Oh, lots of yes. I knew I was kind of pushing it to get it all into 4 hours. It is recorded, so if any of you do need to jump off, that's absolutely fine. Because Freddie is a really interesting one that I definitely want us to get through. If we don't get through Heidi, that's okay. Because Heidi's very, very similar to Axel. She just didn't redirect. She was just anxious, frustrated. So Gemma, take it away with Freddie.
Okay, so Freddie is a 7-year-old border collie cross. They came to me after seeing several different trainers, I think about 7 different trainers. The reason they came to me was because he had erratic behavior. He didn't settle very well. He was the type of dog to go through people, not go around people, which means that he could knock people over. The owners had a child, so they were a bit concerned about that. Like, they don't feel like he would do any harm to the child, but they feel like if he was to rush over without thinking, is what he seemed to do, to no particular trigger. What would trigger him one day wouldn't trigger him the next day. It was quite idiopathic on that point. Could be reactive to some dogs, but was quite overexcitable and just didn't listen. Things like obsessive behaviors or annoyance from the owner's point of view, behaviors of where he'd obsessively keep bringing toys back to keep playing with. He couldn't just let it go and stop. He struggled to stop doing things once he was doing it. So they basically came to me to ask for my advice about what is going on with him. Basically, what happened is they got Freddie when he was probably about 3 months old. He was a rescue. And basically, what was happening with him was happening from probably about 3 months old when they got him, but not as bad. So they had lots of different trainers out, and instead of them, some of the trainers had good advice. I wouldn't say it was all, it wasn't all bad. Some of the advice was all, though, across the board about suppressing this behavior and stopping arousal completely. So that was the diagnosis given before they saw me, was that he was too aroused and you couldn't let him do anything or give him anything that would make him aroused, because then these behaviors would happen. So he was very limited on toys. One trainer actually took all of his toys away completely. He had no outlets. The owner started to give him some back, but under very strict control. And basically it all got a bit too much for them, because as he aged, it got worse and worse and worse and worse as he was getting older, and he was now 7. And they were literally at the point where they thought they'd tried everything and didn't know what was wrong with him, and was finding it all very difficult to manage, and were quite concerned about how it was worsening. Okay, so just going back to the slides. I'm not sure if there's any more. Okay, so basically what we had to do was we had a big discussion. They had discussed rehoming him. We had a big discussion with the vet, because the vet had referred them on. So we'd already had a good talk to the vet, and the vet already had suggested putting him on medication. The vet wanted to try fluoxetine, but they wanted to try him on trazodone first while the fluoxetine got him in the system. So that was all put in place before I even had my first session with them. Okay, I will say that Freddie's case is one of those cases that it wasn't obvious straight away. It took a couple of sessions before we actually saw what was happening with him. And really what was going on was not what everyone expected to find out, actually. When I first saw them, it was basic capturing settles, the chill out stuff, helping him regulate, capturing that calmness when he could be calm, and all things like that. And he responded actually really well, because he'd obviously started his medication at the same time, and he was responding really well. They'd noted he was being calmer. People visiting the house said he'd been calmer. But there was just some things that were flashing up to me because the owners were like, he's calmer, but it's still there. It's like not enough. And I was like, okay. But even though in the session he never displayed any of these things in front of me, there were a few things in his session that flashed up that made me kind of think, hang on, there's something else going on. So I'm just going to show you a video of Freddie. This is his owner just doing a basic stay with him. She just wanted to show me when he was doing a basic stay that he couldn't do duration exercises at all, is what she told me. Anything that had duration in it, he just wouldn't do. But he was really awesome and great at all the other type of training that you could do with him. He was really clever. So with Freddie's video, I'm just going to show you the first video. Oh,
Let me put it up.
Oh, yeah, thank you. There you go. So I'm just going to show you, it's very quick. Is this the number one,
Yes.
isn't it? Yes.
Down. 1, 2.
Okay. So this was, bless him, this was over a month into doing certain things. I think, but with I think her little boy wasn't very well. So by the time we'd had one session and then the 2 weeks turned into 3 weeks. So it was coming up to like 4 weeks that I had my second session with them. And she was like, he still won't, things like stay and leave, because I just wanted a video of what he was like doing it, not so much putting it in as a training plan. I just wanted to see what he was like with duration exercises, just to see if my inkling in my gut was right. And she was like, right, well, I'm trying to do a basic stay. I did give them videos of how I would do a stay just in case it helped them do it better. And she was like 3 weeks, nearly 4 weeks, and I can't get past 1 second with him. So already I was like, okay. In the second session, I came out to see them after I saw these videos. In the second session, there were other things that was going on, but it's this next video that really made me go, right, we're off back to the vet. Okay, so this next video, and I am going to share my screen so I can slow it down for you. So this is the video she sent me, and I knew what was going on. Really quick, doesn't show much at all, I know, but I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully it'll work this time. Okay. Can we see my video of him?
I can't see it.
It's saying screen sharing has been disabled.
What? No, it hasn't. I promise.
Okay, it's okay. No, it's saying it's been disabled. So basically, it was that bark, okay? But again, like I do with all my videos, I slowed it down, and we had a very similar face to Warrior's face going on. You can see it right at the beginning. That lip comes right up and curls, his front teeth are all on show. It's really hard to kind of catch it. But just before he barks, his face is like this. It's like the biggest no ever. And what he actually did after she asked him to do this is he took himself to the other side of the kitchen and won't come over to her. So this is where that training had become a negative place. The training meant negativity. So I went to see them, and there was little things in his session that was really kind of making me concerned. So he was in his session. I never saw any of this erratic behavior. He was actually pretty chilled. He would be laying down quite a lot, quite settled, quite calm. But what he did have is he constantly had to have a toy item in his mouth at all times. He was carrying something all of the time. As you saw in the verse video, he had his chew in his mouth and was carrying it. That was 90% of Freddie's day, would be carrying something around. So that flashed up to me, first of all. And the other thing that flashed up to me is that he would settle, and he was really good and he could do it, but he was very shifty with, right, now I need a new place to settle. So he would be settled in one place, get up, move to a new place. And this went on continually after so many minutes in one place. So I'm like, okay, he can't just relax in one place. He's constantly moving positions all of the time. What also drew my attention is that Freddie didn't actually ask to go out to the toilet, even when he was desperate. Now, I know it's quite common for dogs to kind of not show signs that they need to go out or be let out. But what was happening is that he was desperate, as in increased panting, panic, all that kind of happening. And she'd be like, he needs the toilet. And I'd be like, he would not go near the door to go out. There was like an aversion to wanting to go out to the toilet. So he had to literally be escorted out to the toilet. So I watched him go to the toilet and he was having a wee and he was squatting. His ears were pinned right back. And if I can pull a face, I am literally pulling the face that Freddie was probably doing as he was having a wee. So it was like his eyes were all narrow. And he was not having a flow of urine coming out. He was urinating it in spurts. He came inside as we thought he was finished. He picked up his toy, and the pressure of picking up his toy, he dribbled into the kitchen and was oblivious that he'd done it. So again, I said, that video you sent me with him doing the stay is confirmed that he needs to see a vet ASAP again. The vet had given him a clean bill of health when they referred him to me. They said that there was nothing that came up in his checkup. So I gave them my new observations, and he was booked in straight away at the end, within a couple of days, sedated and had a full workup, x-rays, bloods, ultrasounds on his bladder, everything. And what they found was that Freddie had hip dysplasia. One side that they think that he's had from puppyhood, that one side of his hip was 50% out of the socket, that he had arthritis in both of his front elbows. And he also had, as they were doing the ultrasound and everything on him, he's quite fluffy, as you can see. So it was easy to miss for his owners, but he actually had bite marks in his groin on the inside of his hips and had a skin irritation from the bite marks. So he had been biting himself, but his owner had never seen it happen. He'd never done it in front of her. They'd never seen him like irritated, you know, when he sees dogs kind of constantly nibbling. They'd never seen any of that. They'd never seen any of what Axel was doing in his puppy video where he was biting. So they never saw anything. So he was doing this almost secretly. And he was biting himself there. And so that is what actually came out from his investigations. The vet put him on Loxicom. They kept his behavioural meds the same. And for a couple of weeks, he was a complete different dog. He was calm. We wasn't seeing any of these behaviours happening. What we did is we drew everything back. We thought, right, we're not going to go head on in training. We're going to carry on doing enrichment. We're going to carry on doing sniffing. We're going to carry on catching when he's calm, because he did really well with that. We did put safety management up for the dashing around, because we couldn't predict when it was going to happen. So we had a lot of baby gates up and management with that. If people were around that they were a bit unsure that he could knock over, he was put behind a baby gate in a separate area. And he did start to improve. However, the vet, again, there was always this kind of, he's improved, but it's still kind of there kind of thing coming through. The vet wanted to change his pain meds. They put him on gabapentin, and he had an adverse reaction actually to it. And what actually happened was basically he went back to not asking to go to the toilet again. He went back to holding his urine. Everything kind of went backwards. He started getting like the barking again, and the reactiveness was coming back. So he was taken off that and put back on what he was originally, and things started to kind of plateau out a little bit more. He is a work in progress, as I say, because there's a lot of medical stuff still going on with him, and the vets are still not quite sure they've got the right medication for his type of pain that is on at the moment. They're still kind of seeing what is actually best for him alongside the other medication that is on. So things are still kind of going on. We have had repeated discussions about rehome if needed. We did put in more management so that the owners could cope a bit better if he was having one of his days. So he was, the dog walker was brought in to help him. They were sectioning off a large part of their garden for him. So he had had a mini dog play park in the garden if he needed to be out there. And so things are still kind of going on with trials with his medication and his health related. But this is a dog that's been kind of seeing trainers for 7 years. From 3 months old to 7 years, had seen about 7 trainers, and I've gone too far. None had actually looked at pain.
So it's really important that because these are 2 dogs, and the next one, Heidi, who I'll do really, really briefly, have all had pain elements. And it is incredibly rare that I ever see a reactive dog, particularly one that's got more elements of frustration in them, where there isn't pain there in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's a gut thing, whether, like with Axel, he has hip dysplasia. With Freddie, he has hip dysplasia, elbow arthritis. With Heidi, our little dachshund, she has luxating patellas. So
Warrior had his hip replacements, yeah.
And with all these things, and when it comes to pain is such a difficult thing for vets to diagnose. It is incredibly difficult. So they can be given a clean bill of health, and the vets will be like, "No, he's absolutely fine," because you don't see them for long enough time. And this is where we need to communicate with the vets and go, "These are the clinical signs that I'm seeing. This is what I'm seeing. Is it worth doing this? Is it worth discussing?" Try not to be too mean to our vets, because our vets have to make so much of a decision within such a short amount of time, which is incredibly hard to do. And they will miss stuff, just like we miss stuff. They are only human.
And they don't see the stuff. Even the owners weren't seeing what was going on with Freddie. Yeah. It was just that video they sent me. I thought, God, that's like a angry no.
He's like a no.
And it was only the fact that, that was it. In the past, they'd been told that he was squatting while he was weeing because he was castrated early. Because obviously he was in rescue at 3 months old. So they said he squatted because of that. So the owners had no idea to even investigate that. And so the vet did not know these things.
And sometimes it takes us as trainers or behaviorists that we get to spend the most time, we get to have the most observational time with these dogs. We get to ask all the questions that the vets don't, and we can kind of bridge the gap and put 2 and 2 together and go, is it worth investigating this? Is it worth doing a pain trial? It's just making sure that when we have these discussions that we do stay in our lane, as I mentioned, and that we're nice to the vets. And some of them will jump on board, others won't, and that's okay. But it's making sure that we're having these conversations and we're referring on and we're giving clients the opportunities to know what they can do. And if we are like, actually, this dog's in pain, and one vet doesn't think so, it's like, okay, ask for a second opinion. Try and stay within the practice where possible, but just see and build up case logs. A lot of vets, because they struggle, it's good to have evidence and data. So go, okay, here's a diary. Every evening he's worse. On hot days he's worse. On cold days he's worse. He's worse after exercise. He doesn't settle. If he's doing a duration downstay on a hard floor, he gets up and whines at me for me. Little things like that they really struggle with. So we need to make sure that we've got as much data as possible so we can present that to the vets.
We have to
say, look, this is what we're seeing.
Yeah, and we have to make sure that we're not going in with an expectation that what's going on with this dog. So Freddie is a perfect example to say that, we could have gone down that. He's just a highly aroused collie. We could have just gone down that route. But it was a case of medical things underlying. but that didn't come out until a few sessions in. So being open to kind of learn and see how your case is going to unfold is also going to help those communications with the vet, because if I luckily got video of him having a wee that day that I saw him, because I was like, that doesn't look right. And I was like, well, my dog squats because he's 12 and got arthritis. It's why he squats and wheezes, because it's too hard, painful to put his leg up. That, because I got that video footage, it helped the vet really go, right, we can piece this together now. So yeah, you're a fantastic bridge for them to see things outside of the vet practice, you know, that you're going to see extra stuff. Video it. Video
Absolutely. I'm going to skip through Heidi because I'm aware of time. I don't want to keep people any longer than necessary. If you have questions, please type them in the chat now. But Heidi, little Dachshund, she was a year old. She's sensitive and bold. She has a bit of anxiety, and she would be fine on a walk at a distance, but close she'd get a bit snappy, and she just wanted to get past the other dogs, and she'd bark at everything. Once we started to build up her confidence, we had lots of chill out stuff in different situations. We started to do a more sniffy walks. She got auto check-ins. She was then able to start to calm herself down, and we did lots of kind of hanging out in parks, watching dogs, following dogs, being around them. And she's had her surgery now. She's been on pain relief, and she is absolutely fantastic now. They can take her to dog cafes and all sorts now, and the only work that we did is similar to what we did with all the other dogs, which is why I'm kind of rushing through her, because it's similar. So I would have liked to show you the videos, but I'm conscious of time. If anyone really wants to see them, I will send them to you. Just send me an email. But we want to make sure that we're finishing a bit early for everyone. The reasons for failure are things that we need to bear in mind and discuss. Is that the biggest one is moving too fast too soon. And this is a human thing, because we like progress. We like to see ticks and charts and things moving forward. And with dogs, it's very slow. It's very kind of gradual. So we need to make sure that people are aware that this is going to be a long-term thing. So don't go too fast. Try not to go too soon. Try not to keep going into the same situations. Try not to keep putting the dogs in these situations. Sometimes things will go really well and people will get complacent. And they're like, well, they've been doing really, really well. And then they'll stop. So the owners will stop the management. They'll start to forget to double check things. And then it'll start to go back again. Being unaware of the environment. So looking out for those external triggers and trigger stacking. Spontaneous recovery is that memory thing that we mentioned earlier with dogs that might have a trauma-based background where they remember something and they go backwards. And medical things. Medical things is the main thing to have a think about. Is if everything's kind of going well and they have little bits where it doesn't, have a look at those situations. Is it down to moving too fast, people getting a bit complacent, trigger stacking, anything like that? Or is it very hit and miss? In which case, we want to have a look at medical conditions. Start to track it. Could it be pain related? Redirecting our clients to things like canine arthritis management, so they can have a look at other dogs that are in pain and how they behave and go, actually, he does prefer to walk on rugs rather than laminate flooring. Or they always like to settle on comfy surfaces or hard surfaces, and just so they can pick up on those little subtle things so we can all work together. Because if something isn't working, it's not necessarily that the plan's wrong. Sometimes it's that the trigger is internal and not external. So we need to make sure that we're accounting for all these things. But the biggest thing you can do to help these dogs is that arousal control and that self-regulation. And do nothing with your dog is essentially where you start with a lot of this stuff. Just reading Gillian's thing.
Yeah, I was just replying to it.
Yeah, it's with the dogs, it's looking out for squatting and subtle signs of pain is just so important, because so many of them will have elements that will just exacerbate what's already there. So thank you so much, those that have stuck around and made it this far.
Thank you.
Sorry for running over. It's been wonderful to have you all here. If anyone is interested, we have a website with the community, and Gemma and I also run a mentoring and coaching where we have regular case discussion groups, Q&A sessions, and we talk every week about dogs and dog stuff, and you can just bombard us with as many questions as you want. We meet for 2 hours every week on Zoom and have a little Facebook group. So you're more than welcome to come and join us there. You can find more details on the website. Alice has asked, how do you deal with vets who may be resistant to your suggestions or reluctant to investigate when owners then get a bit stuck in the middle? Okay. In those situations is where it's really useful to find evidence. So vets need to think of things really, really quick, and they are majority are trained on clinical signs. So present them with clinical signs is one of the best ways that I can explain it to people. So get people to create a diary and go, this is what I see. This is how often I see it. This is the frequency I see it. So I'm seeing, these are the toileting habits. These are the eating habits. They've got loose stools on days where they're aggressive, or they're more reactive on days where they've had a long walk, or they're affected by heat or temperature. Something that you can go to the vet with. And it's the way that you approach vets, same with anyone, is if you go and say, I think this dog has this, you're sometimes going to get people's backs up because it's not your place to say that, because we can't diagnose. But what we can do is, I've seen this dog and I've seen these clinical signs, or this dog's starting to do this. Can you think of any reasons as to what might create this? What might cause this? Is it worth doing a pain trial for this particular dog because we're seeing this, that, and the other? And speak to the vets about bridging that gap. But trying to provide as much evidence about what you suspect might be there is really useful. If you're a bit unsure pain-wise, sometimes going, well, is it worth referring to a physio? Someone that can get their hands on the dog to investigate more. Because if we kind of go to the vets and say, we think this dog's got hip issues, or we think this dog's got this, or we suspect this, it can make them feel a little bit unsure, or you can get their backs up a little bit because you're like, well, I referred this dog to you saying it's fine, and you're now telling me it's not. Like, that can be really, really disrespectful in some cases. So we want to make sure that when we're approaching the vets, it's a thank you for the referral. Seeing this dog, these things are really good, and we've identified there's a behavior problem in these areas. However, there's these bits that don't seem to make behavioral sense to me because of this. And if you can kind of outline what it is that you're seeing and why it's not making behavioral sense, you can then go, can you think of any reasons that could be doing this? Are there any investigations that are worth doing this? If you suspect it is something, say, the main reason I'm asking is because I've had a case similar to this where it took a lot of investigations and turned out it was this, and I want to have these things ruled out. So you're approaching the vet mainly to ask them to rule these things out, not rule them in. We don't want them to be in a situation where it's I need you to diagnose this. It's something's not quite right. I've seen this things in similar cases. Could you rule this in or out? So it's having those kind of discussions with vets. So you're asking them for their help and their opinion, not demanding, if that makes sense. I hope that helps a little bit, Alice. It's not easy. And there are some vets, like some people, there are some people that just don't want to help. That are like, nope, this is what it is. This is all it is. In which case, speak to someone else, get second opinion. Same thing as in like GPs. There are some doctors that I'll speak to where you're like, can I see someone else on this that you just need to work with? And it's finding someone that will work alongside you. Sorry, go on, Gemma.
No, definitely. That's exactly what I was going to say. Just don't feel like you have to just talk to one person. Speak to other people, get some other opinions. Also, me and Danielle wrote an article which might help.
Oh yeah, we did.
That was aimed towards vet and behaviourist liaison with each other a little better.
There's a link on pain and behaviour. Sometimes it's worth contacting a vet behaviourist. So I know 2 vet behaviourists that offer a service. So Sarah Davis does, and Hannah Donovan at Donovan Veterinary Behaviour. They will offer services for behaviourists and trainers for her to kind of jump in on the consult and help communicate and have these discussions with vets, because she can approach you from a vet behaviour perspective. And sometimes it is just communication. And as a vet, they're able to translate what it is that we're saying because they understand both languages and able to go, they just want this. And the vet's like, oh, right, okay. But even then, you get some vet behaviourists that have the same issues as we do, where the referring vet's like, no, I don't think that's a problem. I don't think it's worth investigating it. And the vet behaviourist will be like, well, I think it is. And it's very difficult to to work through. So it's making sure that we're polite as much with the conversations and provide as much evidence as possible. But ultimately, it's up to the clients to advocate for their dog. Rosemary, it's lovely to see you again. Was told lift the leg to pee in a male dog was a learned behavior if a male learned in all female household. Yeah, it can be. And it's one of those things with squatting where testosterone will kind of encourage them to lift their leg. Not all of them will do, some of them will. And you tend to notice that even dogs in all female households will start to lift their leg at around 7 months. So it's one of those things where it can mean something, but sometimes it can be a red herring or a red flag, which is why we need to look at all the other things. So for Gemma's situation, he was doing all of these other things, and then she also saw this. Yeah. Had she have just seen a male dog squatting, it probably would have been well, he was neutered early. He may just be a squatter, as some of them are.
Just maybe a squatter. I think it's about building your case, getting your evidence together. What is it? If you're the way of thought that with anything, even if it's not to do with kind of pain, always thinking in your plans why them thoughts have come up, what is supporting that. If you are questioning pain, what is it that's questioning pain? Is there more than one thing that is supporting that? If it's hormones, is there more than one thing that's ticking more boxes than not, rather than just one thing on its own? But if there is one thing in its own and your gut's kind of telling you there's something there, then just ask for it to be looked into by the vet a bit more. Ask the owners to put that forward to investigate it if they're happy to. Some owners will go, no, I don't want to look into it yet. It's something you can revisit. So it's not gospel. It's about collecting data. And like I said, with this particular case, that didn't come out until he was on medication. He had several sessions, and it was just that video. It was that video, because I hadn't seen any of the behavior in my sessions. He was just always really settled. It was the fact that the owner sent me that video and went, look at me trying to do this stay. It's been nearly a month and he still can't do 2 seconds. And I was like, oh, we need to go back to the vet. And she was like, what did I say? I only sent a 2-second video. And I was like, I know, but something's not quite right. Yeah. So it was a lot of things. And it would explain that this dog, why he's been suffering since such a young puppy, that also backed up that there was something going on, and it was getting worse as he got older. So looking at age as well, does the dog fit in? Well, even though some dogs like Warrior is really young and needs 2 hip replacements. Yeah. Genetics, breeders, that everything's data.
Yeah. It's building your case and get as much evidence. And if you're like, we need to investigate this, it's a why. It's a because I'm seeing this, or because they're doing this. And because if you just go and say, I want this screen, this blood test, and this done to rule out all of these, you're like, why? Yeah. Are we doing unnecessary tests that is going to cost money? Or do you actually have a genuine reason? So it's making sure that you're coming across that you actually are presenting a case and you're working up properly, and you're not just jumping to conclusions or making assumptions. And it's really easy to do because, if you watch, it's like one of Amber Batson's webinars. I adore Amber, but whenever I watch one of Amber's things, I then get paranoid about gut issues. And then every case, I'm like even more mindful of gut issues than I was before. And I said, do I just screen all dogs for Giardia or Coccidia or something? And you're like, actually, no. Let's wait until we see evidence that this might be something. Or let's start doing the work. And if it's not quite working and it's a very hit and miss, then start looking into it. So it's being mindful of our own biases, things that we are aware of, and what other things we've seen that might be leading us down that road, and just go, actually, let's take a step back. Do I have evidence for this at this stage?
Also, not being in a rush to figure it out all in that first session. There's nothing saying that you have to make that diagnosis in that first session. It might be that you need more information, that time needs to go on a little bit to trial some exercises to see what the dog can show you. And that was just pure curiosity for me. I just thought, is it impulsivity that we're seeing? Is it frustration that we're seeing? Can you just show me some videos of him just doing a basic stay, or, like weight or something like that, or a down? And that's what I got back. So yeah, don't be in such a rush to kind of go, right, I'm going to figure it out in the first session and diagnose. Your diagnosis might take a few sessions to show itself because of compensation stuff that's been going on.
Yeah.
But, and in my case with Freddie, there was a lot of other trainers' influence and that training on top of everything else.
So huge learning
we had
history
to
there.
unpack. So it took a few sessions for it to go, oh, it's this.
So, but I hope that has helped everyone. If you have any questions, please do get in touch. Gemma and I are all over social media. If you want to join our mentorship group, you're more than welcome to. It's a monthly subscription, and you can jump in out as and when you leave. But we have a lovely time, and we quite often get speakers to come in and talk to us. So we've had Sarah Davis, we've had Hannah Donovan, we've had Andrew Hale, we've had Greta. Erin Moore, there's a bunch of people that I probably can't remember, and more due to come, because we like to have a good time and just coach people and talk about cases, because we want to be there to help support the trainers and the young behaviorists that are in that grey area of not sure what route they want to go down, and we can kind of go, okay, let's help you work through these cases.
We do fun role play as well, so you get to actually pull cases apart. And I will be a client.
We have a lovely time. Gemma pretends to be a client and is very annoying as a client, and we have to ask questions to try and figure out what is going on. And they're all recorded, so we've got like a good year's worth of recorded stuff. But I will end the webinar there. I hope everyone has enjoyed it and got the most out of it. We will no doubt do something similar. If anyone is interested in this stuff on the more practical side, we are doing workshops around the country throughout the year. Gemma will be at some of them, I will be at others. Sometimes they'll have us both. And yeah, it's been lovely to see you all, and hopefully you all learned something that you can take away. And if it was just a refresher, then awesome, you're all up to date. So thank you, everyone, and hopefully we'll speak to you soon. All right, bye.